This is our 10th virtual meeting on transportation economics, and I'm really excited to be here at this milestone. I'm really very proud and honored for being involved with this initiative over the last 5 or 6 years. I'm enormously grateful to our partners at the Department of Transportation, especially Robert Hampshire, Tony Choi, Diana Furtgott-Roth, who started us off. And because of them, this program has been able to support 25 amazing research projects covering an unbelievable number of different and important topics. And it's really wonderful to see the impact that this program has had on enabling transportation economics to flourish. It's something which I sort of feel like, I'm paying a small part of the debt I owe John Meyer, who was, of course, a father of transportation economics and a former president of the Bureau. Unfortunately, the set of transportation economics topics that demand research is actually not getting smaller, which means we're not researching fast enough to keep up with the things that are happening in the world. So, challenges in rolling out of electric vehicles. That's proven much harder than expected. Supply chain disruptions, everything from potential labor events, which was luckily not experienced in the US, to Houthi missiles, which certainly we weren't thinking 5 years ago that Houthi missiles would be part of our need to think about transportation networks. The road to congestion pricing in the US feels further than ever due to events in New York State. And of course, I remain incredibly excited and even obsessed with the problem of paying for American infrastructure and why it doesn't cost less. Robert Hampshire has been a fantastic partner throughout the whole Biden administration and deserves full credit for making this happen. And he's also going to give us some opening remarks. Robert is the Deputy Assistant Secretary for Research and Technology at the Department of Transportation. Before then, he had been a professor at the University of Michigan's Public Policy School, the Ford School. And he's he received his PhD in operations research and financial engineering from Princeton. He has written important and fascinating research on inventory rebalancing and vehicle routing and bike sharing system, the pricing of parking in San Francisco, a topic particularly near and dear to my heart, and peer-to-peer car sharing systems, among other topics. He also has a really neat paper with Don Shoup on how to measure the share of traffic that is just drivers who are cruising around and looking for a parking space. So I'm certainly very eager to hear his remarks, and I'm very grateful to him as always. And take it away, Robert.
I
Robert,
can't hear you, Robert. Can
you're on
everybody
mute.
else?
Robert, I don't think we're hearing you.
How about now? Are you hearing me?
We are loud and clear. Thank you.
Okay, great. All right, I just said thank you, Ed. Couldn't read my lips. I was really thank you. But thank you all for participating. Again, it's just great to be here with this community that's been built and is thriving, I'd say. Uh, Ed, as Ed mentioned, I lead the Office of Research and Technology here at Department of Transportation, as well as being in the department's Chief Science Officer. It has been again a true pleasure for me for us to work together, NBER and the Department of Transportation. I give credit to my predecessor, Diana Furtgott-Roth, who initiated this partnership. And I think over the last 3.5, 3 3/4 years, we've deepened that partnership and look to expand that into the future. And the basis of that expansion is really around the impact that this program has had and the knowledge base that's being created and the impact of that. Part of what, certainly we've done, twice a year conferences to bring together you all and experts at the work, but what you also should realize within the Department of Transportation and the broader community, the results and the people doing this work have had really great impact. Impact from folks on this call have briefed our Secretary Buttigieg, who I think kicked off one of the first at the beginning of this administration, this NBER partnership. We briefed the secretary. Even some folks on this call have briefed the president on cost reduction, things in rail, things in all things related to economics and infrastructure. So the nation, in fact, is indebted to the work that this group is doing and the partnership that we have here. We have folks who have went on for work that's been funded through this partnership. Certainly to go in to be the chief economist at ONB. That would be our Zach Liskow, and that's built on a lot of the work on cost, of infrastructure, inflation metrics, and so Zach had tremendous impact. We'll take some credit for that, given that we funded some of that work. As we're building out from the bipartisan infrastructure law, basically a better part of $1 trillion. Uh, More than half of that, about half of that or so, went through the Department of Transportation for infrastructure, and that amount of infusion into the economy or the infrastructure investment has certainly benefited from the results and insights and the work of what's going on in this partnership and in this forum. So again, really, I just want to thank you. Put a little bit more meat on the bones on that. Like a couple of projects that really have been particularly impactful. Like a lot of them have, but I just pick a few. By no means an exhaustive list. When you think about procurement and infrastructure costs, we know the cost environment with inflation and is something that has been paramount and so a priority for the secretary and this administration as we build out projects, particularly the implications on improving the efficiency and reducing the costs of infrastructure projects. Again, the work that the research team led, with Zach, uh, uh, Bill, folks at Berkeley were on that team. Really, particularly this 50 state survey of cost data and procurement data. You would think like the basic input factors would be available, like the cost of how much are people paying for infrastructure. It turns out that was something that is not, we didn't have a complete picture, right? And so I think the work that Zach and others have done in that space have made a big difference. It's something the Department of Transportation uses. It's work that even in the White House, I believe that, really depending on some of that work. And that work really did find a wide range of variation in the cost of road projects across states. So you get this big variation of procurement costs for the same elements. And you say, what's going on? Also, they documented things about like declining capacity at the state level, at state DOTs. We've seen that across the country, different levels of this capacity, meaning, personnel and folks like that to implement the projects. Driving up cost, the number of low bid, non-competitive contracts that are out there, and the competitive environment for transportation projects, and increased competition. All things that Zach and team and others have taken and deepened our understanding on that. I just want to say thank you. That's been really impactful. Another domain that's been particularly impactful has to do with electric vehicles. I know I see many folks on this call, so from the environmental economic side to industrial organization side, and others have really made really great contributions about our understanding of decarbonizing the transportation sector, particularly as it relates to one mode being electric vehicles. So I know Jim Stock and others at Harvard, the work that we supported about the cost of decarbonizing the transportation sector, and particularly the work looking at, how do you think about the most cost effective ways to do that, be that light duty vehicles, heavy duty vehicles, those hard to abate sectors like air and maritime. I think that series of work, I know that's a whole stream of work that Jim Stock and others have done for decarbonization have had impacts on the way that our NEVI electric vehicle program is rolled out, and so I just want to again say thank you all for that. Also, stay with electric vehicles. The location of charging infrastructure and really what are some of the opportunities but constraints for charging infrastructure. This group has really looked at it from siting that infrastructure together with electric distribution, but also things about there's been looked at things on Buy America and NEPA implications of electric charging infrastructure. This group, you all have really some of the work has made an impact both certainly within the department and in states the way you think about siting some of that infrastructure. That's, Chris Knittle's work, and Jim, I think we're on that project, and Pei Lee and Shanjun from Cornell, particularly that set of work about infrastructure, EV charging infrastructure. I can go on and on, but I'll just say one more, that particularly one thing I still found it a fascinating result. Um, we'll see if it holds, but this is the work. What I always think for equity, when we think about making sure the transportation system works for more people, works particularly from underserved communities and much broader, particularly the project that Lee and Bebe Lee did it from CMU, former colleagues. I got to admit, a little biased, but I think the work that you know looked at randomizing benefits and access to ride sharing, and what that does, particularly with low income individuals here, in this case, low income mothers. It was really in depth looking at outcomes. There's sometimes in transportation we look at like measures of like accessibility, costs, but like when you look at the end goal for impact on for people, health, education, labor. That's why I love this project that Lee and Bebe did. It really is looking at outcomes for low income families, and found that the subsidies, significant subsidies for ride sharing reduce, travel times, but also led to higher employment rates and earnings. That would be a good result, but it's a great, incredible result that those higher wages is even observed after the program is over, after the subsidies stop. And so I wonder with Lee, if he's on, like, is this still persisting, that this sort of intervention or providing a access to ride hailing or subsidized mobility, really you do see these medium, but maybe even long-term welfare benefits. When I mentioned it to individual benefits, but also broader set of outcomes, was pretty incredible. Uh, so, things like that, it just really, I mean, Ed, I won't go too much longer, but just to say, here at the department, we've really valued this relationship, and we had a set of research questions and themes that we put on the table that have, from safety, equity, project delivery. We'll continue to do that. Look forward to engaging that, but also looking forward to emerging uh, new emerging themes. We've seen housing become and transportation nexus becoming, increasingly important. It always has been, but what are some tools we have out there? But also new methodologies when you think about artificial intelligence, AI. Everyone's talking about AI. So I think we love this group to really dig into, AI and transportation, and really what's is there? What are the impacts that we're seeing now? What could we see, particularly in the areas of maintenance? We know we love like maintenance of roads and the predictive algorithm. And Ed and team has shown and the secretary loves that result about the contributions uh, to GDP and the cost, and particularly the cost effectiveness of just fixing the roads we have, um, and the cost benefit trade off of that. But what happens when we have AI fully at scale that could help us do that, or other opportunities with AI? So I charge this group with, continue to do just incredible work. We're going to lean forward into this relationship, and take on new questions as a new set, particularly as this term, I call it presidential term, is coming towards the end. I'm just so excited about what this transportation economics area has turned into, the momentum in this community. So with that, I'll be on and off for the rest of the meeting, and Ed, now turn it back over to you. I see Jim on, Steve. I want to thank you all for your leadership and vision to kick this off, before I was involved. And we're really just indebted, the department and the nation in some ways, indebted for you all of cultivating this group. So Ed, back to you.
Thank you, Robert. And let me just return your sentiment, which is we are very indebted to you, and I also think the nation is very indebted to you. So thank you for making this happen, and thank you for all that you do for transportation in America. With that, I will hand it over to, I believe, Gilles has uncovered his face, which means I guess he's speaking for his trio, talking about urban roadway in America, the amount, extent, and value. And Gilles, you have 20 minutes, and then it goes to 5 minutes Q&A. So take it over. Take it on. Go ahead.
Are you muted, Gilles? We can't hear you.
Gilles, you're muted.
We're stuck in traffic, Gilles.
Oh, sorry, my controls had disappeared. I was apologizing for the state of my throat today. I have a bad bug, and unfortunately, I had an earlier presentation today, and I nearly died at the end. So here's a vision of what I think Philadelphia will look like should we expand I-76 and I-676 based on some previous results with Matt Turner. So that's a paper with Eric Guerra and Shin-Yu Ma all at the University of Pennsylvania. So let me also make sure I can actually turn pages. So it's a very, very simple paper. It's all very descriptive. At some point, we just sat down with Eric and we were like, okay, why is it that we don't know about that? So we provide data about the amount, share, and value of land dedicated to roadways within and across US metropolitan areas. These areas, as we know, will account for 80% of the US population and an even larger share of GDP. So we find that a quarter of urbanized land, and I will be precise what that means, that's roughly the size of West Virginia, is dedicated to roadway in American PMSs. This land as an asset class is worth about $5 trillion. That's more than the office market. That's perhaps slightly less than retail. So it would be a big asset class. And of course, that's just the value of land here. That's not the value of all the improvement. And God knows that this is expensive to, like Robert was saying well earlier, to actually build on those things. The annualized value of those 5 trillion is actually higher than the total variable cost of the trucking sector or total expenditure from all levels of governments that we spend every year on roadway. We conduct a back-of-the-envelope cost-benefit analysis that Jim took issues with as an NBER publication, and we find that there's likely way too much land that's dedicated to urban roads. So, as a motivation, we know very, very little. There are some numbers that people are citing over and over again. And actually, Mike Manville and Don Troop at some point sat down on this issue that two-thirds of this legend that two-thirds of LA was dedicated to roadway and parking. It's a number. They could trace it back to some interview of some old transportation guy that basically made up the number on the spot. So nobody knows anything. At the world level, same thing. William, which is still cited well today, he was arguing that 10-12% of land was dedicated to roadway in Asian cities, much less than 20-30% in US cities. No method, no source, no citation is being given on those things. So we decided it was time we just provided some basic numbers about that. So we're not quite the first ones to do that. So people in the literature have taken 3 main approaches. You can use road network database. The problem is that we don't get widths. These are in GIS, these are just lines. So we cannot get the amount of land well directly from that. You can try to use remote sensing or some mixture of the two, like Solly Angel at the Atlas of Urban Expansion, or you can try to use parcel data like Miller Ball, but in that case that requires very, very complicated data that's not available well everywhere, where you try to see what's in between parcels And what's going to be interesting is that for the parts of the country that is covering, arguably what he finds or what he has is an upper bound, we come really, really close with something that's possibly a lower bound in our case. So what do? We are going to use the HPMS, which gives us a lot of details for a fraction of the roadway in this country. This fraction of the roadway is clearly highly selected towards the upper part of the road system, i.e. interstate highways, primary arterials, and so on and so forth. So we're going to have basically a 10% training sample for which we know a lot of details. We know the number of lanes, we know the width of every lane, we know the median, we know the shoulders, and so on and so forth. So we're going to use that as training sample, and we're going to apply the rest to guess the width of everything else based on remaining HPMS data and Tiger, which is some official source for the bulk of the roads in this country, including residential roads. Then we're going to make a computation at the level of each census block group by multiplying the lines by their guessed or predicted widths. And after that, we're going to use land value data from Maurice Davis et al. To compute the value of residential roads. So we need to do our prediction of the width of roads for many classes for 7 classes worth of roads, and we also know the number of lanes. So it means that we are going to actually use 35 different well-predictive well models, and we're going to do some random forest on that. We've gone through a bunch of things, and we decided, looking at the 20% of the training sample that we set aside for verification, that random forest was giving us the best predictions here. So what do we find? We find that 68,000 square kilometers of roadway in our 316 PMSs within the country. That's roughly the area of West Virginia. In terms of per capita, that's about 700 square meters or 7,500 square feet per household. That's about half the US single-family lot size. So it means that, given that not everything is built, there's actually more in the US, in US metro areas that is paved than what is built. That's going to be slightly below 4% of the land area of those metro areas, but the land area of those metro areas we think is a fairly meaningless concept. Half of Nevada, or nearly half of Nevada, is Las Vegas, and most of it is actually not really what's meaningful about Las Vegas. So what we're going to use is urbanized land, which is basically what the satellite data called impervious well surface. Impervious is used in a slightly misleading fashion. That's basically stuff that's built up and around the stuff that's built up with a buffer that may be 20 to 30 meters. So here's an illustration for Yuma in Arizona. So what you have here in the middle is 3 miles around the core of the city. So we're going to call that the city center. Then there's the municipality proper in green, and then in blue. And then what you have in green are all those areas that are well built up. So at the PMSA level, roadway per capita is 465 square meters with a lot of variation. For the city, that's 186, so that's much less. People, when they're more concentrated, they actually have less roadway per capita, and the core around the city center, it's even slightly less. The numbers per households are reasonably well proportional, as should be expected. And in terms of impervious land area, again, those numbers for land area are slightly more complicated. In terms for impervious land area, we get 29% for the whole PMSA and actually less for the city center, and about the same number for the core, about slightly less than a quarter and slightly more for the whole PMSA. So that might seem a bit surprising that there's actually more roadway per impervious land area at the level of the entire PMSA relative to the city or to its core. But what's happening is the following, is that there's a lot of the land that's occupied by roads very, very close to the center of cities. And then as we move away, this proportion goes down. But if we move yet further away, this proportion goes up. Because what's happening, if we go back to my map of Yuma, if you look around here, for instance, you have a lot of roadway to serve not that many people, not that much land. So basically, so far, two findings. There's this non-monotonic relationship here, and the fact that the denominator matters really, really a lot for those issues. So you may want to take another denominator, depending on your purpose, but here we focus on urbanized areas. So what about the values? We find that, so as I told you, as a headline number, that's about $5 trillion, so that's 22% of GDP. That translates into $50,000 per PMSA household, close to $20,000 per person. The average value of that roadway is $750,000 per hectare, but you see that there's wide variation around that number. New York City, of course, has a much higher value. A roadway in New York City is an astounding $113 million per hectare. So roadway and land values across metropolitan areas. So these are the numbers or some more details relative to the numbers I just quoted. Road value per capita, 14,000, and slightly less actually for people who live closer to the center. And road value per hectare, again, some values that can vary quite a lot across cities. You see that here, like the standard deviation is huge. The value of the roadway follows similar patterns. Even though the value of land goes down as we move away from the center, we still have this somewhat U-shape. I mean, it's slightly less U than before, because here, as we move away, yes, there's more and more land, a greater proportion of land that's of urbanized land that's used for roads, but at the same time, this land is worth less. The first effect still dominates, but not quite as strongly as before. So we have this pattern here, which is somewhat with some sort of U, but not quite as strong as before. Then the other thing we do is to try to think about how those values of land compared to other things that we spend for transportation. So with per household, that might be easier way to think about per household. The annualized value of land is $2,600. That's just about the variable cost that we spend on freight, on road freight in this country. That's above what the government spends on road. That's close to the values, what we think is the external costs of urban VMT in the US. And that's, of course, much less than what we spend on cars and the time cost that we spend on transportation. But it's still in the second group of expenditure. It's actually put together with what we spend on trucking and what we spend on and all the externalities associated with urban VMT. So we do a very quick, and you may take issues with some of the assumptions we're making, and we've tried to be nice to road building. So what we find is that when we do a cost-benefit analysis, let's imagine we do a 10% increase in roadway in this country. So taking an elasticity of speed with respect to roadway of 0.1, which you know, I'm a fervent fan of taking 0, but let's take, or 0.05, but let's take a higher value. So the benefit for each household would be about $100 per year. The benefit for freight would be about $25. The direct costs of land value would be, unfortunately, much higher than that, $260. And what the government needs to spend on maintaining well those roads and building them, and the annual value of that would be $160. So the cost-benefit ratio is not great at all at 0.3. And then if we take into account the externalities, which are really high associated with that additional well traffic in terms of accidents, in terms of congestion, in terms of pollution, and so on and so forth, that brings down the cost-benefit ratio to 0.2. So conclusions, and for once in my life, I think I will be slightly well ahead of time. We're using HPMS data to generate the first systematic estimates of total roadway land and roadway wetland value in US metropolitan areas. We are going to make our data well available at the PMSA, Central City and City Core for all the PMSAs. If you want some block group level data, talk to us. We're happy to share, but we don't want to have them in the public domain because yes, some of our predictions are bound to be off. I mean, these are predictions; these are not exact numbers, especially at a fine geography like a block group. We're finding that roadway in the US is worth about $5 trillion, and it's about as big as West Virginia. And even trying to be nice to road construction, adding roadway is unlikely to generate benefits that are close to costs. This is not to say, of course, that we should never build anything anywhere. Some projects are worthwhile, but on average, we've been building probably too much roadway in the US. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gilles. Thank you also for your admirable time management. What do we think? So if we think about other public uses of land, you know, the sidewalks, particularly transportation related sidewalks and parking, I almost assuredly think that you know, we've got too much parking almost everywhere, right? Because we price it terribly. Pedestrian, you know, the pro-pedestrian element of me tends to like more pedestrian stuff or bike lanes, but I'm not at all sure that you would get a calculation if you were able to do it for pedestrian spaces that looked all that different than yours here. What do you think? How do you think about those other spaces? And I just wanted to throw in one other thing, which is for many of these spaces, they seem to generate some value to a budding space from having more light or having more views. And so that seems like another thing that one would want to at least think about before you build up every urban road in America and put skyscrapers on it, as positive as I consider that vision to be.
So first, I think you're thinking really about Manhattan, downtown Boston, and places like this. The bulk of our data is really suburban X, right? Where widening roads or having even more roads may not be necessary. I think this is where the bulk of our data is coming from. Parking, we initially started that project thinking we will do parking as well. Parking data is just impossible to find. It's really, really complicated. So we just don't know. I suspect you're entirely right that there's way too much parking. Yes, I sometimes question the value of bike lanes and some other things and bus lanes and all of that. So I'm certainly with you here. So maybe we've been building just too much public space in between parcels. Of course, in dense urban environment, I fully understand your concerns. I wish I was able to handle and do that calculation. I just don't even know where to start about adding some weeds to so that people get light for public health reasons and the amenity value of that. Yes.
Don Pickrell, the remarkable Don Pickrell wants to get in. Don, why don't you ask your question?
Of course.
Let me make sure I'm unmuted here. Thanks for a really fascinating presentation. Is there something of a sort of Heisenberg effect or observer principle at work here, where if you drastically change the amount of land devoted to roads, you would change the value of the land parcels themselves, particularly those in close proximity to roads. On the other hand, of course, there are these localized environmental externalities associated with the use of the roads, and you might reduce the impact of those. But my concern is that valuing the road space at valuing the incremental changes in the amount of land devoted to road at the average value of current space may be misleading, but I'm not even sure which direction I think it might be misleading in.
Yes,
What do
I
you
think
think?
we'll need Steve Redding to do that at some point. I fully agree with you. That's why we are thinking about a small change. I mean, we took 10%, which is quite big, of course, but that's why we're thinking about small changes around the current equilibrium. Obviously, should you have no roads, urban land would be worth nothing, right? Because there would be nowhere to go. Should it be only roads, the value of the roadway would fall to zero with this time, because there would be no urban land to be occupied for residential and other well purposes. So yes, of course, to go further, we will need to go and do some modeling and try to think about those issues. These are really hard modeling propositions. You may remember that there was this guy who unfortunately passed away not too long ago, called Bob Solow, who one day tried to say, oh, I want to have a theory of optimal land use for roadway in cities. And he came back with a paper, I think it was in 1973, really apologetic, and say, oh, I could find a solution to that problem in one very, very particular case. What's the optimal amount of roadway within cities? That's beyond our pay grade well today. The idea was just to provide some numbers and have some sense of what the world will look like, because I don't think I knew that.
My apologies to the person who asked the same question in the chat. I didn't steal it from you, Stephen. I promise.
Jill, you might unshare your screen so that Ed has a little bit more of a chance to see who's trying to ask
Yeah,
questions.
that's actually good, because I don't, but I don't see any other hands up. Steve, of course.
Gilles, terrific presentation, really important, really interesting work. You may not want to answer this, it's a little bit speculative, but as I was listening to you, I was sort of thinking potential implications of autonomous vehicles for the amount of roadway, and sort of related that for parking. I wasn't sure how exactly, when you measure roadway, you deal with parking and potential issues of separating that from roadway, but then more generally, do you have any kind of perspectives? You may not want to speculate, but sort of thinking about new technology and how that might affect the relative amount of paveway and versus buildings and so on within cities.
And Gilles, in 2 minutes, could you address both the case where the autonomous vehicles have congestion pricing built in and are consequently not just driving around looking, versus the case in which they don't have congestion pricing built in and consequently accept everything else? So just to handle both cases in under 2.5 minutes, please.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so now I'm going to solve what's the future of the world in 2 minutes. Certainly. So we don't know much about parking. Well, again, for lack of data, that's SafeGraph is claiming that they offer parking data, but when you look at it, and it doesn't quite work out. Autonomous vehicles, I think we're going to drive a lot more, because the time cost of driving, which is for many people the most important part of the cost of going places, is going to go down tremendously. That may generate a lot of problems, especially in a world with cars that drive themselves and cars that don't drive themselves. If you've been to Phoenix recently, you can already see that. It's quite funny, you try to cross the street in front of a Waymo and it stops. So I think we'll need congestion pricing, and here the plea for DOT is probably to make sure it's inbuilt with the new self-driving cars when they come, and and then maybe in many years, actually, the amount of roadway that we have will be just enough, or maybe not quite enough, I don't know. And there's been some rethinking in planning circles about how do you divide space between roads and other users will have public space. I think in the past it was way too much towards roads. Some places like, or some cities like Paris have probably gone to the other extreme, and that's probably not very good either. I don't think it can be optimal to suppress all roadway in central Paris. That's probably not good. People need to go in and out of the city as well. So, but again, you know, there's we need to have facts. We need to do some thinking about that. We need to develop we need to develop the right models and so on and so forth. I mean, I just view that as one small step towards a much bigger enterprise.
Wonderful. Thank you, Gilles. And just, I think we should note that Leah Bousleiman's paper is the one to go for on eliminating traffic space in Paris. Great. Okay. Laura Grant is taking us over, I think, on asking about whether or not Uber reduced public transit ridership, evidence and impacts in the San Francisco Bay Area. You have 20 minutes.
Fantastic. Can everybody hear me?
Yep.
Yes, thanks. Well, first, thanks to Jim and Ed for having this. We're really looking forward to feedback, particularly from policymakers. So wonderful that the Department of Transportation is on as well. This is research with a former student, so that's also very exciting. So Leanne might be watching on YouTube and following along. The first thing I want to note is that I'll probably use ride sharing and Uber pretty interchangeably. Uber's changed our vocabulary, much like a couple decades ago, we started saying we Google things. We now say we Uber places. And so it's clearly changed and updated where we are as far as our transit. So it's the modern way, and we've been used to it for now over a decade. But that's clearly going to impact our other modes of transit. And so we want to look at how that could take market share and how public transit authorities might want to think about responding to this new form of mode and transit that we're getting so used to. If they are indeed substitutes, we're going to also be thinking about some related concerns, which we'll talk about at the end of the paper and do some back of the envelope calculations of increased congestion, more cars on the road, more time in traffic, and then the concomitant air pollution. So those are things we want to think about. We have a small model in the paper, which you can go to on the NBER website for this workshop. And we talk about how these could be complements and substitutes. And if you want to see a much nicer model of that, Cliff Winston has a great new book out, and it talks a lot about the disamenities of the different modes and how we can think about those trading off for consumers and riders to make their decision on modal choice. But there's a recent literature that sprung up looking at this important question. And we can see that they're not really in alignment with their results, and maybe we wouldn't expect them to be. There's a lot of different scenarios out there, as we were just talking about Paris versus New York versus Boston versus LA. Hall was one of these first, and I would say the eminent paper in this field. They look at entry, they have multi-metro. They say it's a complement in the first 2 years, which means, you kind of pair and share these two, both ride hailing and transit. However, it really depends on the size of the city, if it's above the median or below, and how much traffic they have. So the size of the metro system. What I really want to note is this disparity. I also want to note the level of granularity that they're at, and the idea that we might, and the length. So what we are going to do as a major part of our contribution is, these are all very short, medium, aggregated to a very high level, and it really does obscure some heterogeneity in time and space and doesn't allow specific municipalities to understand what's happening there. And they really need that to think about these optimal levels, to think about how they're going to have demand management, long-term capital needs funded, and their operations. That will be primary for them. And then, of course, if the municipalities are impacted by this trade-off, a substitution or complementarity, they might think about regulating and subsidizing, et cetera, states as well. So we are going to contribute by looking at a specific rail, the BART system, which you're probably very familiar with. And we're going to look at this short run mechanisms of causal mechanisms. And we think this is a very creative measure and a creative way to approach how we might see the crowding, the substitution, or the complementarity. We're also going to assess long run changes before and after. That one is not as causal, but we'll argue that it helps us give some bounds on things. We have this really great data. These data are route specific, split. We're going to split them into groups. We're going to try to calculate these back the envelope effects. And then we're going to provide, we have a template to say, you can also do this with not so much data and a pretty generalized approach. So again, you're familiar with this, but I want to ground the level of data that we have in this paper. And so we have any given start location. So let's say you're in Orinda and you want to go to Berkeley. I'm not sure if I go over here, Jim, can you give me a thumbs up? Do you see? Yes, fantastic. Okay, so we could refresh this and say, some professors live in Orinda away from the chaos of the students and the intensity, and they want to go into campus late on a Friday morning. It's about this time here. They would take the metro, the BART in, and they would have to exchange trains, and this would cost them $4. And so now here we have a bus modal, intermodal. We need to find there we go. We want this one. And they would actually only cost them $2. It would take a half an hour, whereas driving would take less time, but they would have to find parking, right? So we want to really think about the connection between a start and a finish, and A to B as far as our data set. So to ground that, let's look now at some data. There's a lot going on in this figure, so let's walk through it step by step. We have month year along the x-axis, and first let's focus on the blue parts. That's going to be now in daily ridership. You can see that these are large numbers. We're going to talk about and try to ground these numbers, but 300,000 rides are happening every day on BART alone. And what we see, again, very anecdotal, non-causally, but you can see that this period it's up. And then let's jump over to this axis. We have two measures of of Uber and Lyft being in there. And we in fact have the number of Uber drivers in this metropolitan area. So we can do something like a logistic fit where this is sort of the takeoff period. And then we're going to think of this as the more mature period when Uber is really reflected fully in the market. Similarly, we can think of a Google trend, how often people are kind of looking into this new form. And we can see that once it sort of takes off, we have this really strong downward trend. Again, we're not doing any causality here, so let's move to that. What we want to do is take these panel data, which are the hour route, so exactly the hour you'd go and the route you would take for this decade. And our treatment's going to be the launch of Uber and Lyft. And they came in, UberX and Lyft actually came in simultaneously, which is nice for, there's different ways you could look at causality and entry in some papers. Look at Uber and Lyft separately, but we're going to look at them jointly. And we're going to, again, do this sort of exogenous heterogeneous shocks. It will look a lot like a difference in difference over a whole band, of effects. And then if we have time in this presentation, we also do a long run effect. We're going to do these pooled, but we think actually, coming back to what Rob said as an introduction, we want to think about the different sectors that are involved here, commuters, and possibly, in general, in this paper, we're not going to get this, but in general, we want to think about the myriad users who are maybe more low income or other equity concerns in underserved communities. So we want to really separate these out by groups. So we also do that. To think about these data, now we're not in big data territory, but these are quite large numbers. Over this decade, we have 137 million observations of the route hour. When we aggregate these today, we still have 7 million. And what we're going to see is these numbers on average, 8 humans doesn't sound like very much but that's not on a train. That's from point Orinda to Berkeley. And if they get off one stop differently, that's 8 more people on that route and so on and so forth. So this is probably still, 100 people or more on any given train at any given time. We also want to see that because we're splitting this out into groups, it's really distinct who's going where when. So airport being one mode, not very many people. Commuters, this is a huge boom for commuters. That's the bulk of the users. So we're going to look at them separately a lot of times, and that's really important. Then we define some other groups like recreational. What we do, and Leanne helped so much in this, we did several ways of thinking about route hour specific temperature. Now this is very nice because we have an extraordinary degree of variation to impact how much you ride. We also have highway speed to proxy for how long it's going to take you if you drive. And we'll talk about, we have alternatives to that proxy if we would rather have travel time or some other things. It's important to think about. And then clearly some other covariates. So moving on to our specification, we are going to look at BART ridership by what we're kind of terming factors, okay? And these two factors run separately are going to be the weather impacts on your mode, which of course is going to affect comfort and just in general, possibly distress, etc. And then separately, we're going to think about traffic time, and that's going to be our speed and thinking about your time costs and that trade-off. A lot of the other things are going to be soaked up by fixed effects. So we're going to bin these continuous variables, 2 degrees bins for temperature and 5 for speed. And then we're going to do an interaction with the ride hailing. And these blue coefficients are our main results of interest, and we're going to display them as a figure over all these bins across the x-axis. So our first set of results are going to be pooled results, and we omit the 72-degree bin, basically 72 to 74. And we see that as we deviate that, it's not quite the bliss point. Somewhere in here is like the highest level of ridership, but clearly as it gets colder out, fewer people take transit. We'd expect that, right? But what this interaction is showing, and we're showing the raw results, not the difference, but at this point right here, we see that there are 2 less riders per route hour. Now, relative to that 8, that's 25%. Those are some really large numbers saying, when I have the availability of this alternative mode, there are a lot fewer riders on the road. And that's really consistent across, and clearly there's some overlap here. But we see these large decreases. Now, you might think, well, commuters, they're less sensitive, possibly. They just have to get to work. But we see, so I'm going to look at the commuters now, we see a very large impact, at least at the top and the bottom scale. So yes, they're quite insensitive once ride hailing is available here in these mid-range, which is truly where San Francisco is most of the time. In fact, I call this little dip the skip out of work dip because it's actually very nice, it looks like, in San Francisco, which is rare. And but we see that it's lower at these extremes. Okay, I skipped ahead here. Now we're going to have on the x-axis highway speeds. So this is going to get at travel time. Again, we have several robustness checks to this. And again, we're going to pool this over everybody. Now, before I show you this, I like to think about what this means. We should be thinking that as highway speeds slow down, more transit should be taken, right? Because they'll be closer to proximate times, time costs. It'll start to even those things, that dimension up. What's neat about this, and we absolutely see that. So again, at the 65 omitted to 60 to 70 bin, we see that as traffic slows down, more and more rides are taken in a very convincing pattern. What we see, and what I think is very interesting about this, is that yes, it's a substitute. Yes, Uber reduces transit in this region on the order, again, of about 2 riders per bin per route hour. That's a lot. But we have this crossover point at which this one goes higher. And so we can think of this as a substitute until, right, driving is slow enough, and then Uber is not going to help you either. It's in traffic as well, right? So there's a clear crossover point, and I would argue the further left this crossover point is, the more inelastic the travelers are, and the more rightward it crosses, the more elastic. And so we look at that by our subsectors, and we can see that the airport ridership is quite left. The nighttime recreation, which kind of surprised us, is pretty far right. The morning commuters seem very inelastic to this, so they will cross over at a fairly high speed. And then the evening commuters have more elasticity. In other words, they're just like, less elasticity. So those are the results for that. We do one other neat thing in our paper with these data on the short run. We also want to think about the opportunity that Uber presents to decouple your round trips. So I would argue that a lot of transit trips are going to be round trip. You're going somewhere and likely returning to wherever you've come from, whether that's your hotel or home. And then commuters, this gives them a lot more flexibility to say, oh, I could go via transit, but I don't need to take transit home now. I have this outside option. I don't have my car with me, but I do have a really nice outside option to have the flexibility in either direction. So we do a great causal impact study where we say, well, the morning, let's see what happens the morning and whether the evening transit gets affected by morning. And so our thinking would that it be complementary, morning transit might actually lead to more ride hailing in the evening. We could do this in other dimensions, but we test this and we see that result, that it seems like, again, very strong statistical significance and precision. About 1 in 100 commuters seem to change to this outside option in the evening. In other words, they're decoupling this round trip. Now, with my time remaining, which I think is just about 4 minutes, 4 or 5 minutes, we're going to run really quickly through the long run specifications, which again is just before and when available. And we're going to see that this is going to be essentially a regression on that figure I showed you with the introduction. And we are going to be aware that this is a lower level of stringency for identification and causality, but we try to control for that with a myriad of covariates. We have a vector of route fixed effects because of so much data. We can hold a lot constant here. So we can argue for a very strong correlation, if not some causality. What we want to look at is we can either just say, let's forget about the early period when it's being incorporated and just look when it's mature. And we see this 5% reduction, right? And then we could look at when it's just the first 2 years, much like a lot of the other research does. And even in the first 2 years, we see this very strong reduction in San Francisco BART traffic. And then we can decouple these results. Now, down at the bottom, what we do is we do a percent change. We basically aggregate these up and think about how much this is influencing it by the end. And this delta is gigantic. 5.5 million fewer rides in a year. So I won't go into the details of the breaking out our groups, the different locations that they're going to, but those make very much sense, a lot of sense if we talk through those, the size, magnitude, etc. Again, elasticities of different groups. But what we really want to get to, is some of the ways that we could think about calculations of this externality first. So our first thing is that we want to think about disaggregating the problems this might cause, particularly with more cars on the road, into things like climate change, CO2 pollution, how much per vehicle mile traveled, additional vehicle mile traveled. That would be local pollution, quite small, congestion, huge, right? We would think about that time cost stuck in traffic because of additional cars on the road, and then some collision costs, which are the bulk of this. And if we sum those up, additional vehicle miles traveled because of the substitution away from transit are quite costly. 60 cents a mile is very high. We can separate this out, but we're going to do really conservative results. We're going to compare this to a very seminal paper by Perry et al. They come up with smaller. We can use theirs for low estimates per year. These are, again, our calculations repeated, and we kind of aim towards the middle. And so these are externality costs. We also have this revenue loss of about $20 million per year, which is 4% of the fares in 2018. And that's astounding. Now, this is a transfer. This is an externality. We are not looking at the surplus. Clearly, those who choose ride hailing are getting a welfare gain from that. Again, another paper in this book, fantastic way to think about it. It even is in San Francisco, which is so nice for giving a reference point. Okay, so finishing up. This is a ton fewer passengers. We like the sensible, these results. We can be skeptical. If we add up the social costs over this period and thinking about this one adds in more short run costs as well, these are in the order of $100 million every year, which is really big. So we want to be thinking about that optimality there. And in that San Francisco Bay Area, and this is before the pandemic, public transit use is big. It's much higher than for car hire services. BART is still moving on the order of 300,000 passengers a day, probably at least, I don't know this number, but unique riders. I contextualize this always with, I grew up in South Dakota, and yes, there isn't much population there, but in a tri-state area, there's no metropolitan area with 300,000 people. So it's still, and this is just one mode. It doesn't even include the buses. So we really do want to think about that transit is going to be here. Now, is it optimal? Probably not. Can we update schedules to focus on these high demand users? Can we focus on high need users? Can we focus on some comforts and issues? And do we not want to think about maybe having a rideshare fee given there's this externality? I'll stop there.
Thank you, Laura. Great.
Thank you.
Thanks. Do we know, so there's an old fact that professional drivers are, incredibly less likely to get into accidents than non-professional drivers. And it was sort of the same order of magnitude as a professional flyer versus a non-professional flyer, which is just a huge gap in terms of accidents. Do we know where Uber drivers fall on the spectrum of being, are they about as accident prone as the normal driver? Are they more? Are they less? Do we know anything about this?
I don't know. I mean, anecdotal evidence, and you probably have some as well. Sometimes I get in with an Uber driver and I think, well, first I always thought, wow, I'm getting in a car with a stranger. Now that's pretty normal. But secondly, now I think this person doesn't know how to drive and they don't know this area because they're just following their app. So I don't know, but I think that's very good, particularly given how big that value is. We could omit that in. It's hard to know. We could look into that.
Great, thanks. So we've got two hands up. I'm going to let them both ask the question and then just give you whatever time is left to answer it. So Steve Polson, could you go first, please? Jim. Okay,
yeah,
so
go ahead. Sorry about that. I had to unmute. Let me make it just really a reaction or a comment more so than a question. There's been quite a body of folks looking at this issue, particularly 3 or 4 years ago. And I think there's some considerations that spill out. The total trip length seems to be a big factor. Uber and Lyft type services are complementary to long distance trips where you can in effect amortize the access cost over a longer transit trip where you can capture the savings and where using the ride hail service for that distance would get expensive. The group size is another consideration. In Uber and Lyft, obviously, you're in effect sharing the cost over a group size. So if it's after an event in the evening and there's 4 people to take Uber on a per capita basis is cheap, whereas transit's on a per person. The time cost of transit, only about half of the average transit time is in vehicle. The rest is access, egress, and wait time. So the willingness to use rideshare is going to be highly dependent upon weight. And I think that explains some of the propensity to be more willing to do that in the evening, the combination of safety perception and risk in the evening of walking and using transit, and the fact that frequencies are generally lower, so wait times are higher, is a factor. Whether or not the transit trip requires a transfer, it can complicate that decision making as well. Generally, I think the kind of consensus has been it competes with short urban trips. It's complementary to longer regional trips. And then the other thing I'd like to throw out here is,
Steve, I got to cut you off. We've got
fares have gone up
sorry.
on Uber a lot, so we need to be careful extrapolating old data to current behaviors because of the price changes in ride hail.
Thanks, you, Steve. Jim, over to you.
Yeah, quicker question. Laura, during your sample period, were there apps available in the Bay Area that would let somebody get a real-time estimate, both of the time it would take on BART and to, of course, see what Uber was offering them as the time to get to their destination, so that you were not just using the schedules of BART, but you were actually getting, if there were delays on this particular day, that might change my behavior?
Yes, super quick, we can answer these offline, Ed, so we can get to the next one. But I think you've offered, Steve, you've offered me some thoughts for more heterogeneity analysis, particularly adding in transfer and the distance. I think one of the best things about our paper is that it can be applied to other things. And please, I urge other municipalities to do this. Jim, if there was that real-time app, I would say ours are even more underestimates. There was the Uber app. That is what they invented. And as anybody brought in better information on frequency, as Ed was mentioning, as others have mentioned, then that really improves things for on the end user if you're going to do public transit, which would underestimate.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank
you all. And now we have like a 4-minute break, a 5-minute break. So I'll restart us at 2:10. And I just want to take this chance to also thank Steven Zopf, who's on the line as well, who also has been a fantastic partner along with Tony and Robert. I don't know if you had anything you wanted to add, Jim.
Yeah, I'll just do one thing. Even though we're all on Zoom, I wanted to remind everybody that under NBER conference rules, you've all swept through the acceptance page indicating that you will abide by the NBER Code of Conduct. We do not discriminate, harass, or do any other things that are inappropriate on these conferences. If anyone does, you can complain to me. If I'm the problem, you can complain to Peter Henry, who's the chairman of the NBER board. And the NBER does have an ombuds person who, if you are concerned about these things, just look on the website and you will find out more details. But thank you all very much for being with us, and we'll have our 4-minute break. Yeah.
Thanks. All right, it's 2:10 by my lots. Michael, you're presenting? Great. The next paper is on a topic that could not conceivably be more timely: effective and equitable congestion pricing, New York and beyond. And the presenter will be Michael Ostrowski. Take it away.
All right. Can you hear me? Can you see the slides?
All good. Yep.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much for including us in the program. You know, Frank and I are super happy to be presenting here. We can't think of a better audience to get feedback from. And I do want to mention that the paper is available. So if you want the paper, send me an email, or if you're desperate, you know, really want to get it now, ping Frank during the talk and he will email it to you.
Michael, we can't see the slides, by the way, just see you talking, but not the slides, or I can't see them.
That was my question. Okay. How about now?
Yep.
Looks great.
All good.
Perfect. Yep. Yeah, but we didn't want to release the paper publicly before getting the feedback from this group, because we fully expect that maybe some of you know some better data sources or some better elasticity estimates, and we would be delighted to incorporate those. So, you know, please don't be shy about giving us feedback on these issues. All right, so the paper is about this New York City congestion pricing plan, and I'm sure almost all of you or all of you are familiar with the saga, that the plan, you know, took many years to almost get to the finish line and only to be paused at the very last moment. So, you know, the plan would introduce coordinate pricing in this congestion zone in the picture. The basic features of this plan, and let me go through it carefully because these basic features are going to be important, were as follows. So the cars would be charged for crossing into the city once per day during peak hours. Personal vehicles would pay $15 if entering during peak hours, and 1/4 of that if they entered off peak. Higher prices for larger vehicles, the same principle of once a day. And then for taxes and for higher vehicles, things would be different. They were exempted from the cordon fee. And instead, the passengers pay a per trip surcharge, $1.25 per trip for taxes and $2.50 for FHVs. And the Traffic Mobility Review Board, and in the big document giving a description of the program, when they explain where these numbers came from, they say they recommend the tolls of $1.25 for yellow taxis and $2.50 for Uber and Lyft were determined by dividing the daily base auto toll rate of $15 by the average number of trips that taxis and these Ubers make today, which are 12 and 6 respectively. So the basic principle here is, you know, everyone pays, you know, $15 per day. And then, you know, if you travel more than like Ubers and Lyft, we divide that 15 by the number of trips you take. Now, the basic intuition behind this plan, I think, can be summarized as follows. Cars create congestion. Therefore, we want to toll them, and then we're going to get fewer cars. Now, there is a problem with this basic intuition. And the problem with this basic intuition, of course, is that traffic is caused not by cars, but by car trips and miles, right? If I have some vintage car sitting in my garage being all pretty, it doesn't cause any congestion. You know, on the other hand, if I keep driving 24 hours a day, then that's where congestion comes from. And once you take this lens, let's just quickly go through and understand how much different constituents would pay per mile, per trip under New York's paused plan. So personal cars, commuters would pay $7.50 per trip. Because, you know, if they pay $15, there is one trip to enter the city, and then in the evening they go back. Taxis and for hire vehicle passengers would pay $1.25 or $2.50 per trip, and that's even before taking into account empty miles. So if you say that each trip is accompanied by empty miles, which, as was mentioned later, is approximately equal amount, then these numbers drop by half, which essentially means that personal car drivers pay an order of magnitude more per the same unit of congestion they create as taxi passengers. But that's actually not even the worst offenders. Who is even worse are delivery vehicles. So if you think about Amazon, Fresh Direct, UPS, FedEx, you name it, if they enter before 5 a.m., they're going to pay $6 for entering. But then, we looked around, it looks like these types of vehicles on average take 100 to 200 daily stops, right? So they will keep driving around Manhattan for the whole day, creating a ton of congestion, and only paying $6 for it. So it's like per stop, they will pay 6 cents. So another order of magnitude. So essentially, this congestion pricing plan would have charged dramatically a different order of magnitude fees per unit of congestion to different constituents. Now, there are two problems with this, not just one. The first problem is that it's more political. It's just patently inequitable, right? Like it's not clear why a nurse driving to work from Queens to Manhattan should pay 10 times as much for the privilege of using Manhattan roads as iBanker who is taking a taxi from LaGuardia. It's just sort of not clear that even if you wanted to price discriminate, that you would do it in that direction, from drivers to taxi and Uber passengers, and certainly not by this amount. But that's only part of the problem. The other problem that I think maybe is even more important and more striking is that this plan would not work. And the reason why it would not work is that personal cars, and this is a very important observation, are only 1/3 of traffic in the CBD, right? So even if you do amazing things and just completely remove them from the road, you still have the remaining 2/3 who are barely affected. Right? I'm going to show the numbers in a moment. An average Uber fee for trips that are in the central business district are $40. So you slap a $2.50 tax on that will barely change anything. If anything, if roads get freer, more Ubers will show up. Now, we don't have to hypothesize. After we kind of thought about this, we're like, oh, we can actually go look at London, which has a very similar pricing scheme, right? Black cabs are exempted, Uber pays once per day, and they have this coordinate pricing fee of £15. And here's just a quote from 2023 from BBC: London's roads remain some of the most congested in the world, more traffic than before the pandemic. And here is kind of really damning evidence. There's a company, that navigation company, TomTom, that just collects a lot of real-time speed and traffic data. This year, in January, they released a study where they carefully tracked traffic in 387 major metropolitan areas. And guess what? London came on top, like the absolute worst traffic in the world. Now, you could argue that maybe without their coordinate pricing, it would have been even worse, right? Probably would have. But we can safely conclude that these type of coordinate pricing does not work at reducing congestion, right? It's just like the evidence is just striking, and we understand why, because you're not sort of taxing you're not taxing the right type of externality, right? The externality is not cars, the externality is trips. Now, if you're an economist and you took your intermediate micro, you say, oh, I know exactly how to solve the problem. Right, it's called Pigovian taxation. Pigou wrote about this more than 100 years ago, 1920. You figure out the optimal allocation that you want, and then you figure out all the externalities for every cubic inch, every curb, every turn, and every second, because they're different over time, and you just charge drivers that, and you get to your utopia. Now, the problem with that, of course, is that it's just computationally impossible, and not just computationally, it's also just to communicate to the drivers this huge possible space of all the prices for every single corner of Manhattan in every single second. I mean, it is obviously not practical. And so the question that we started with was, can we get closer to the Pigovian utopia while deviating as little as possible from the original New York City plan, keeping the solution practical and meeting the plan's original goals. Now, we obviously focus on New York City, but this is going to be applicable more broadly. Now, a few of you saw earlier versions of this paper where Frank and I had like a map of New York. We tried to draw a graph representing it, had a whole bunch of interesting things going on. But as we kept working on this, we kept simplifying the paper further and further down to its essence. And so as you'll see today, we're now left with just a whole bunch of simple elasticity calculus and a very simple plan. And we're actually very happy about that because we think that what we're about to describe is just incredibly practical and incredibly simple to implement. It's almost exactly the same as the current plan. So the change you need is very small. Now it's going to be based on the following observation. So observation number one, commuters have fairly comparable travel patterns. So, two different commuters are similar. They take one trip in the morning, take one trip in the evening. So all happy families are alike. There's going to be a second part of this quote coming later. And they're only 1/3 of traffic. So there is some evidence in the Traffic Mobility Review Board. There is wonderful evidence from Lucius Riccio, who just went by himself and took videos at a whole bunch of different intersections. And so that's a pretty solid fact. And so for these constituents, it's actually okay to charge them once per day, right? Like you're not sort of doing anything crazy by charging coordinate pricing to commuters, once per day. It's not optimal. You can do better, but it's simple. You don't need to track them. It's easy to communicate. So it's okay to keep it like that. Now, where things get hairy is with the commercial vehicles. Commercial vehicles have wildly dissimilar patterns, right? Each unhappy family is unhappy in its own way. Some, deliver one piano per day and that's it, and others keep circling around Manhattan all the time. They make up 2/3 of traffic, right? This is really what we need to focus on. But here's the good news. Here's where we know how to solve it. They're easy to track. Like most are already tracked, right? Ubers and Lyfts, they already know exactly where they are. You don't need any additional infrastructure. Amazon, when they deliver something to me, I can, or FedEx, I can often see the little truck on the app, so we don't need any extra infrastructure to track them. And so for those guys, you should charge them. For the commercial vehicles, you should charge them per trip, or even better, per mile. So, that's basically our proposal for personal cars commuters. Don't change anything. Although, as we'll show, if you do the things correctly for Ubers and Lyfts, you can lower the fee from $15 to $9, and you will still meet all of the goals. Now, for taxis and Ubers, and this is what we focus on in the paper, you set much higher levels of the toll to be commensurate with what commuters pay per unit of congestion. The second change relative to the current New York plan is they should only pay during peak hours. Under the current plan, they pay 24 hours a day. And the last one is per mile rather than per trip, and we're going to talk about that as well. Now, for trucks and delivery vehicles, same exact principles. We don't do it in the paper because we wanted to keep it as short and focused as possible, because it's the same idea as with Ubers. The only thing I do want to mention is that right now it almost looks like they do get discounts for off-peak driving, right? If they drive at 4 in the morning, they only pay 1/4 of the big amount. But guess what? That's only for entering. Once they enter, they can keep driving for the whole day, so it doesn't really have the same effects as actual time-sensitive pricing for trips rather than for entering the city. Now, the last part of our proposal is the following. So quite often you hear people saying, oh, like this congestion pricing schemes will harm certain constituents. For example, taxi drivers or small business owners who will need to shift to overnight delivery times. And then they say, oh, let's exempt some of those from congestion pricing. Of course, if you exempt people from congestion pricing, then you undo the incentives in the first place. So our proposal is just to compensate these types of constituents in a lump sum fashion. And our calculations show that this change is going to generate more than enough extra revenues to do that. So one, you can just pay to taxi medallion owners. I'm not sure exactly about the legal framework of exactly how this can be done, but I'm sure they can be figured out. Another example is, the New York City Department of Transportation has this off-hour deliveries incentive program where they, you can read off the screen, they help pay for all kinds of modifications to make it easier to have overnight delivery. The current budget of the $6 million, which is tiny, as I'll show the numbers, I'll show you can make it much, much bigger. All right, so let me give you the top line results. We go through 4 different plans kind of sequentially. The first plan is you say, look, let's just start with the current paused plan, and let's just set the same fee per trip fee for taxis and FHVs as for personal cars. So why is the number the same? Well, for personal cars, each personal car pays per trip $7.50. And taxis and for hire vehicles, therefore, should also pay $7.50 per trip. However, only one half of taxi and FHV trips have a paying customer. So there is data, I have some reference a bit later, that the empty miles are about half of taxi and Uber travel. And so a paying customer should pay both for their trip and for the congestion created during the empty miles of Uber. So that comes out to this fact, that observation that personal cars quarterly pricing and taxi for hire vehicle per trip fee should be the same. Now, that generates a lot more revenue, so we can actually drop this number to $9, both of those, and still do better than the original paused plan. Now, the next modification we'll look at is we say, look, this is actually unfair to Ubers and taxis now, because personal drivers get a discount when they drive during off-peak hours. So we can do the same thing for Ubers and Lyfts, which is what our original plan doesn't do. They charge them 24/7. So we reduce this to only during peak hours. And then the last plan, Plan 4, also shifts from charging per trip to charging per mile. The average taxi trip is 2 miles in our data. So we end up with $4.50 per mile. So quickly to go through the data, we get data on the daily number of trips from New York's wonderful TLC data, 235,000 Uber and Lyft trips, 85,000 taxi trips. For personal cars, we take the total number of cars entering the CBD from one data source. We find the percentage of those that are personal cars from another data source, multiply the two number, gets 350,000 personal cars driving into Manhattan per day. The next input we need are elasticities. So there's this paper by Leahy and Divonuri that summarizes elasticities from the introduction of coordinate pricing in London, Stockholm, and Gothenburg. They're on the order of -0.6. This is the elasticity of demand from drivers of personal cars, which is actually kind of hard to get. So if you have better estimates, let us know. The elasticity of demand of taxis and Ubers and Lyfts. There are several papers. Some of them are by people on this Zoom call. The numbers range from the same, -0.6 to slightly more elastic ones. So in our calculations, we use the value of -0.6, but we do have a section in the paper that shows the robustness for alternative specification. And again, the paper is available. Ping me if you want it. We'll plan to release it as soon as we hear your feedback. All right. For last piece we need is the average baseline cost of travel, what we're going to apply elasticities to. For taxis and Lyfts, we just take it directly from New York's data. The average taxi trip is $25. The average Uber trip is $40. For personal cars, we have to estimate it, thinking about the expenses such as parking, existing tolls, etc., estimated at $30. And the last thing we say, because of various exemptions, the effective toll in personal cars is 2/3 of the nominal one. So we set it at $10. Again, all these calculations are very transparent, easy to modify. All right, so now let me quickly run you through the calculations. All we do is we apply the same two equations over and over again. We say, look, there are 350,000 personal cars without tolls, with the constant elasticity of demand of -0.6, with the price change to this driver's changes from 30 to 30 plus 10, we end up with 294,000 personal cars. To calculate this annual revenue, take that number, multiply by the effective toll, multiply by the number of days, you get about $1 billion per year. Same thing for for taxes, same thing for Ubers and Lyfts. And the only thing two things I will want you to remember from this slide. One is if you add up the revenue numbers, you get to about 1.3 billion, right? So this is for the paused plan. And personal cars pay way, way more than taxis and Ubers, despite having a comparable number of trips. So the first change, plan one, raise it to $15 across the board. Sort of unsurprisingly, revenues jump dramatically. Taxis now pay 10 times as much as they were paying before, right? Because they were paying $1.25 per trip before. They're paying their correct amount, $15 now. So you get dramatically more revenue. Of course, you get less miles. And that gives us room to say, we don't actually have to charge people $15, right? For the same goals, we can now lower this toll to everyone to this magic number of $9, which is magic for several reasons. First of all, it's, anything less than 10 is nice. Just a single-digit number. Second, it becomes lower than the tolls that they're already paying on some of the bridges and tunnels, right? And I think it's politically much more feasible to say, look, the toll on the bridge and tunnel is already like $12 or $13, so this is not a crazy amount. And the last one, this was actually there were 7 scenarios that the MTA considered when deciding on the plan, and 9 was the lowest number they considered. So you're able to actually go back to the lowest proposed numbers. So we think it's nice. And if you add up the numbers on the right, you still see that you end up with much higher revenues than under the post plan. So very quickly, I know I'm getting out of time, but I have only a couple more minutes.
So I need you to finish up in the next 30 seconds, Michael, please.
30 seconds. Okay, yeah, I will do that. So you do the comparisons, and you see that under this plan too, they do better. We do much better than under the post plan, both on revenue front and on the reduction in transportation. So next modification, we only do it during peak time hours. About 20% of taxi trips, 25% of Uber trips take place during off-peak hours. So we adjust the calculations accordingly. Obviously, revenues drop, but we still make substantially more money, even with this modification, than under the post plan, although the delta is now smaller, but it's still positive. The number of trips remains roughly the same, but because of the structure, you're taking out the trips during peak times, which is exactly what you want. And the last modification we make the tolls distance-based, $4.50 per mile. We estimate.
Thank you, Michael. I think we need to wrap up now.
And yeah, so this is my concluding slides, and we end up with better results as well. Okay.
Wonderful. Thank you. So, I mean, all of this seems completely right to me, but I've been grappling recently with the sort of unpleasant fact that unless you actually have the administration costs on a congestion pricing that are, much lower than we've typically seen, it's very hard to get them to make sense, given the welfare gains from, and I'm not going to walk through the back of the envelope calculation, but it's basically like you multiply the changing cars times the congestion fee. That's got to be compared with, or that minus the lost welfare, which is whatever the Harburger triangle is, that's got to be compared with the deadweight loss from the administrative functioning. And in London's case, it's like 35% or 40% of the revenues go in the administrative costs. So I think one of the things that feels really crucial to me as we think about this is how is it that we're going to manage to get a cost system that's actually low enough? And I don't know. I mean, you're right. Certainly, Amazon already has the data for the Amazon trucks, but there's lots of small, crappy little trucks that are riding around New York, and obviously, you want to make it equitable for them. Do you have any thoughts on how you could actually?
Yeah, absolutely. So we have absolutely thought about this, and I have great news for you. So the way it's all about the 80-20 rule. So what you can do is like first of all, we can already do it for taxis and for hire vehicles, right? So that's already huge, right? That's more than half the traffic, right? Right off the bat, right there. Then you say, okay, let's do commercial vehicles. We can, first of all, we don't have to do it right away. We don't have to do it on day 1. We can do it on day 5. We can do it on day 10. We can also do it gradually. We can say, okay, first, we're only going to apply this rule to fleets of more than 100 cars. So if you are a firm that has more than 100 cars or 100 commercial vehicles, surely you have some dispatch system already, and you can use it. If you really want, you can just start with like more than 1,000. You can start with just Amazon's the top 10. That's going to take care of 80% of the traffic, right? So you already took care of Ubers and Lyfts, then you take care of the giants who actually make the bulk of it. And then, if you're a plumber or some smaller guy, we can get to those guys in 3 years after we perfect the system.
Another way, I want to let Cliff in, but another way of handling some of those little guys is basically you tell them they can only drive between 6 and 8 in the morning or 7 and 9 at night, unless you pay this exorbitant price and put this thing in your dashboard. I mean, something that's actually like clunkier, but it may be easier to just shove them off of peak hours rather than trying to administer them. Cliff, over to you.
About Governor Hochul's objection to the plan was not its effect so much on the travelers. It was its effects on the commercial area in New York City. That's why she allegedly turned it down. So I would suggest you try to think about that. I mean, this is all okay. But if you want to sell this in a practical way, you've got to address her concern. How is it that your prices are going to deal with her alleged, and it's alleged, I don't think she was right, by the way, that congestion pricing would be very damaging to the commercial people who work in downtown New York City.
So before Michael, you obsess about this, I think it's dead regardless. I don't think she's going to do anything like this in this administration. And I think you should be saying what's right economically without worrying about selling it to her. But I think I just want to throw out one other topic, which is, can you do more stuff with things like block the box penalties? Can you do more things with traffic violations that actually act like a congestion charge if it's actually dead? Why don't you take 30 seconds to respond to Cliff?
So in terms of, so I have to answer. So one answer is we can ask the question more narrowly. Suppose you want to do congestion pricing. Like if you do it, you should do it properly, right? And you will have reduction, with commercial activities, right? So you're basically trading off having fewer people driving in, more people driving in taxis, right? Or vice versa, right? So that's the margin on which we're arguing the plan was wrong, not on the absolute level. And again, I agree with you that I don't think that it's likely that the effect would be large, especially in New York, where there's plenty of public transportation, other sources. And then we also already have, and maybe that's how we will repackage the paper when we circulate it. We already have cities with congestion pricing, like London is doing it completely wrong, right? And maybe it's going to be easier for them to politically make changes if they say, "Oh, this is the paper about New York City, and we were inspired by it," rather than have a paper that's explicitly said that London is doing it wrong. So think of it less than passing the bar of how can we get congestion pricing passed, which is like there's lots of questions, and more like if we're able to do it, what's the right way to do it? And that's the spirit of the paper.
That sounds totally right to me. And I think like Transport for London could actually implement if you give them something. So I think that's a great idea. Michael, I need to move on for us, but luckily we're staying with congestion pricing. And the next speaker will be Shoshana Wasserman, who will be telling us about, can usage-based pricing reduce congestion? Evidence from a large-scale field experiment. You have 20 minutes, Shoshana.
Are you muted, Shoshana? We can't hear you.
Sorry, I'll go back. Thanks. I was saying it's always great to go to be paired up with Michael because he does the introduction for me, or vice versa. So I won't spend too much time motivating the topic of congestion pricing, other than to say that a number of places around the world, including multiple cities in the U.S., have at least thought about congestion pricing, most recently New York. And as Michael mentioned, it's even in that a very initially promising case, the congestion pricing policy wound up dying. Now, we can talk a lot about the political motivations and what exactly Katie Hochul had in mind, but even from the perspective of the economics literature, as far as we know, there are reasons to wonder whether congestion pricing would work the way that proponents of it say. I don't have time to go through a full literature review, but just to kind of give you some overviews, insofar as we've had kind of experimental or quasi-experimental evidence prior to this paper, at least, it's actually been quite difficult to find robust evidence that something like a usage-based price or a cordon tax could actually shift driver behavior. When I say drivers, I mean commuters typically, or people in personal vehicles, sufficiently to actually have an impact on the kinds of metrics that proponents of congestion pricing care about, like speeds, travel times, and carbon emissions. And maybe more to the political point, Beyond this, there were many concerns in the New York case and other cases around the world that even if congestion pricing were to somewhat work, so to speak, in the sense that it would shift people's behavior, there might be distributional concerns. We might worry that the people who are most affected are actually people who don't have other options and who wound up just taking a big hit to their pocketbooks. So with that very, very brief introduction, let me introduce an experimental setup that can help us learn about this. So the project I'll be telling you about is an experiment that ran in Israel between 2020 and 2021. It was a 2-year experiment that was run by the government, by the equivalent of the National Highway Administration, essentially. We, the researchers whose names you very, very briefly saw on the cover slide, were essentially their economics analysis team, and so we helped them with everything from the design to implementation and analysis. So here's the way that the experiment worked. Basically, we recruited about 10,000 people from across the country, and we recruited them trying to get a representative sample of people that drive. So the requirement was that they had a car and that they drove some minimal amount of times per week. And then once people were recruited to the project, they got a GPS device that was installed in their car. The device was inside the battery. It was really hard to remove. And then we watched them using this GPS device for 6 months, so we could see basically where they were going, how far they traveled, things like that. After the 6 months, each person would become quote unquote active. That means that they were invited to download an app that could show them how much they're driving. They got a virtual budget of 4,500 shekels, which is around $1,300. Yes, that much money. This was, well, I'll tell you a little bit more about that in a sec. And as soon as they became active, they would start paying out of this budget per every kilometer that they drove, depending on when and where. So here's let me describe the price schedule like this. Oops, oh, that didn't work. Okay, I can't show you the price schedule right now. I'll just describe it to you. So basically, we divided up the map into 3 kinds of zones. There were metro zones, basically the 4 biggest cities in Israel: Tel Aviv, Haifa, Jerusalem, and Beersheba. There's the kind of fringe or sub-metro zone, which is basically, you can think of it as kind of the commuting zone where most people live, oftentimes driving to these major cities, and there's everything else. So we split up the country into these 3 kinds of geographic zones and split times into 3 kinds of buckets. There's peak hours, which you can think of as rush hours, roughly 6:45 to 9:30 in the morning, 3:30 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. Off-peak hours, kind of the middle of the day, and then leisure hours. And so there's a different price that you would pay depending on which time of day and which part of the country you drove every kilometer. So if your trip had started out in the commuting zone and then went into a major city, for example, you would be charged initially for the commuting zone price, and then finally for the city price for the number of kilometers that you actually drove there. This is important in part because while Michael's presentation focused on pricing for getting into the city itself, we're pricing not just the actual CBDs or the places where we might think the most concentrated congestion was, but also the commuting areas before then, which affect a lot of traffic in Israel. Okay, so all of this payment was important because what you were left with in the end was real money. Basically, whatever, more or less, whatever you kept after you did all your driving, you got subject to a few small requirements. Okay, and so you did this for a year, and then after a year, you basically got renewed to do the same thing with the new budget. So let me tell you very quickly what happened and how we understood it. So this graph, this picture, basically summarizes the experimental design or the statistical design that we're using in order to figure out how drivers reacted to switching from monitoring to active, to starting to pay for every kilometer that they drove. So every row in this graph is a person in our study, and the color tells you what status they're in the study. So if they're red, it means they haven't been recruited yet. If they're yellow, it means they're in their 6 months of monitoring, meaning that we're watching them, but they're not getting any communication from us. They're not paying anything. And blue means they're active, which means that they're paying out of the budget for every kilometer that they drive. So as you can see, there's staggering in how people entered. And if you sum this up, you would see that there was a bunch of people that were recruited initially, and then we basically added, on average, something like 100 people every single week. This is going to be really important because it's going to let us say something over the course of a fair amount of time. So this is on the x-axis here, we have weeks. So week 0 corresponds to the first week of January 2020. The last week corresponds to 100 weeks after that. As we all know, a lot of things happened during 2020 that affected travel patterns quite a bit. What this is showing you is that we have people in our study who joined and became active at different parts of the year, including quite late into the year once COVID started to die down. So what we're going to do basically, so I should say one more thing. I'm calling this an experiment, but unfortunately we weren't able to randomize who became treated or not. So every single person who entered our study eventually became active. However, there's lots and lots of variation in when exactly they became active. And so what we're going to do essentially is we're going to take each person in our study and look at the point in time in which they switch from yellow, which is monitoring, to blue, which is active. And at that point, we're going to look at all of the people above them in the graph who are still in yellow. These people are still in monitoring, they're in the study and being watched, but of course they're not being paid yet, or not paying yet. And so the people above them are basically going to be their control group. What that means is that we're going to be able to have to do the kind of standard event studies that we might like to do in order to see what effect switching from yellow to blue has. And we can account for the fact that there's lots of variation happening over time because our control group is also changing their conditions on the ground, depending on when it happens. Okay, if that's unclear, maybe I can answer some questions in the end, but let me move forward and show you some results. So I should say before I start showing you more things and describing them, that the data that we're getting out of this experiment is very, very rich. We see basically every trip that people take, and we can figure out a lot of information about it. And so we have done many, many, many different cuts of this, and it actually took a while to figure out kind of the most parsimonious way to explain what happened. So I'm going to show you a few cuts, but if there are other cuts that you would be interested in finding out about, chances are we've looked at them and can probably tell you about them. Okay, so here's my best take at a quick overview. So we divided trips into two kinds of trips: cross-city trips, meaning trips between two different cities, and within-city trips. The reason to have this distinction is that you might think that if a lot of the driving that is being priced most heavily is inside cities, we would have some sort of big effect on driving within these four big metropolitan areas. We're specifically not trying to target that, but we do check. Of course, within city trips aren't only within major metro areas. Within city trips could also be, within whatever suburb you live in. You drove around and went to the store. Okay, but cross-city trips I like to think of as something that's more representative of the kinds of trips that contribute to congestion, trips going to work, things like that. Okay, so with that preview, let me jump into it. So here you see an event study on the number of cross-city trips in our study. This is averaged across all of the drivers in our sample, and we have a kind of a standard event study design here. So we're looking at 10 weeks before treatment. The 0 week is the week that you switch from yellow to blue, and we're looking 16 weeks out. As you can see, there's a pretty dramatic effect. There's some stabilization that happens here. Maybe it takes a few weeks for people to figure out exactly what's going on, but basically by week 4 or so, people seem to be dropping the number of cross-city trips per week that they take by about 1. I'll show you what that means in percentages in a second. If we look at the same thing within city, we see basically some sort of noisy 0. So it seems like most of the effect is taking place on cross-city trips and not within city trips. Now, this is the extensive margin. Let me show you kind of a bigger overview of all the different kinds of things we could have looked at. So here I have the two kinds of the breakdown I had before. I have cross-city trips on the left and within-city trips on the right. And instead of showing you the full event study, now I'm just taking the average treatment effect across weeks 4, where it looks like things stabilized, to week 16. And as you can see, if we look at the cross-city trip panel, basically, no matter what kind of outcome we look at, whether it's total price, basically the amount that they would be paying or were paying for the trips that they took, the number of trips, the distance that they drove, the price per trip, which is more like an intensive margin change in the kinds of trips, and the total duration, basically all of those metrics decrease for cross-city trips by about 10 to 20% of standard deviation, of a pre-treatment standard deviation. If we look at within city trips, however, it looks like it's basically flat for everything except for maybe total duration, which is, we can guess about what that means, but I think it's probably not all that important. So needless to say, it seems pretty clear that cross-city trips are being affected quite substantively across the board, and within city trips, not so much. Now, if we zoom in and try to understand how exactly are people changing things, I showed you the extensive margin. I showed you that people are taking fewer cross-city trips per week. But we can also look at whether they're switching their behavior on different kinds of intensive margins. So for example, we can see, because our price schedule is time dependent, we charge much more for driving during rush hour than off rush hour. We might imagine that there's some ability for people to switch what time they drive. And if we look at this broken up by trips that happen in the morning and trips that happen in the afternoon, we see that basically most of the action is happening in the afternoon. All of the morning, the morning changes are close to zero and grayed out. But in the afternoon, it seems pretty clear that people seem to have a later departure time, so leave later in the evening, maybe closer to the point where the peak hour ends, and are less likely to start during rush hour, more likely to start in the later off-peak and leisure hours, so later in the evening and at nighttime. So it seems like people are changing what time they drive. And let me just pause a second to connect that to the way that we think about congestion pricing in practice. If you looked at the description of the cordon tax that was supposed to happen in New York, there was basically no time variation. There was like one tiny marginal difference at like 4 a.m. or something like that. But there was basically no difference between driving in or out of the city at 8 a.m. or at 9 a.m. or at 9 a.m. or 10 a.m. And moreover, there was no difference at all in what time you left, because the cordon tax was a fee to drive into the city, but not out of the city. What I'm showing you here is that people, at least in our experiment, seem to have some flexibility in what time they drive, which means that if you wanted to use the congestion tax to coordinate, you would probably get something out of including incentives to try to get people to leave not at the same time, perhaps later, especially in the evening. Okay, so I looked at one intensive margin decision. That's what time you leave. We might also wonder whether people could take different routes, basically try to avoid driving inside the cities. What I'm showing you here would take maybe a minute or two to stare at fully. So let me just describe what you would see if you did stare at it. Basically, if you look at it, it seems like, to the extent that people do shift, which of the three buckets here, you can think of each dot here as a bucket of the share of time that you spent in every time period and geographic region. And what it shows is that there's basically no substitution across geographic regions. There's only substitution in time. This is somewhat a function of how we designed the experiment. There's not all that many ways that you can avoid paying a lot of money. There's the road system in Israel is quite linear. And so it's possible that if we designed it in a different way, we would have a little bit more route switching. But this kind of tells me that if we're thinking about designing policies that affect commuters, the biggest things in our toolkit should be basically how much we price, period, kind of the extensive margin, and how we allocate the prices across time. So what I'm showing you, maybe you might have thought it was obvious, but I think if an honest look at the literature would suggest that we really didn't know which of these margins are important and whether they're important at all. One way to interpret these results is that this is a view of driving in response to congestion pricing in the post-COVID era. The vast majority of this data happens once COVID has existed and changed our driving patterns so that people have become more flexible, maybe have more different ways of working in and out of the office. And this shows pretty conclusively, I think, at least in the setting, that there seems to be a substantial elasticity across both the extensive margin and the time margin. Great. So with the last 5 minutes, let me tell you a little bit about what we can do with our data. I've showed you average treatment effects, but I think one of the major things that we wanted to get out of this project is to understand who exactly is being affected and what it can tell us about the distributional aspects of this kind of policy. To do that, really simply, we followed something called the sorted effects method, and I won't force you to read this whole thing. I'll just kind of describe what we're doing. Basically, what we do is we take our treatment effects, our imputed treatment effects across every experimental subject in our study. And we rank them from highest to lowest, so least affected to most affected. We then take the top 20 and bottom 20%, the 20% most affected people with the strongest treatment effects, the 20% least affected people with the smallest magnitude treatment effects, and we compare their characteristics. We take the averages of their characteristics and we compare how different they are. This is a really nice approach because it can give us a sense of how these populations are different across different dimensions in a way that we can kind of stack easily. So let's focus on the treatment effects on the total number of cross-city trips per week. This is the first outcome that I showed you. And again, there are many, many cuts of this. I'll just highlight a few things. Basically, what we see if we stare at this is that people who have the strongest treatment effects on the number of cross-city trips, basically reduce their driving on cross-city trips the most, are the people who have the most cross-city trips to begin with, which is to say people who contribute a lot to congestion through these, and people who tend to have a higher price per trip. That's maybe not surprising, but it's important because it tells us that it's not the people who are on the margin who barely drive at all who are responding. It's actually people who drive quite a lot. It also seems to be people who are more flexible in a way that I probably don't have time to explain, but I can explain it later offline, and people who seem to depart a little bit earlier relative to the least affected people. A more interesting substantive result, perhaps, is that if we compare the public transit access of these people, and this is a personalized index, so we basically take each person and look at all the trips that they take before they become treated during the yellow period. And for each trip that they took by car, we basically compute what the time, how much time it would take if they were to take their best public transit option that would have been available to them had they looked. Basically, if you'd gone on Google Maps, what would Google Maps tell you that your best public transit alternative would have been to the trip that you actually took by car? And we created an index that's increasing in the inverse ratio of that duration. So the higher index, the closer your public transit alternative is to your car travel time. And what we see is that if we look at this personalized public transit index, the people who had the largest decreases in the number of cross-city trips once they became treated were had a substantially higher index of public transit accessibility than those who responded the least. Moving on, let me just show you one or two more results, and then I'll conclude. So these were differences among people who responded the most and least on the extensive margin. But we can also look at the differences across people who responded the most and the least across the intensive margin. And I'll pick my the strongest result that I showed you, the departure time in the evening for cross-city trips. I showed you that on average people left later. If we look at people who responded the most, we see very quickly that a lot of the metrics that seemed to matter before matter a lot, don't matter as much. So for example, the difference in the number of cross-city trips that people take isn't nearly as large as it was for the extensive margin. And a lot of the flexibility features that I didn't get to tell you about in detail also don't seem to matter. The only thing that seems to matter is what time they depart in the evening. Maybe more interestingly, public transit access doesn't matter at all for what time you leave. That kind of makes sense, right? Basically, what I'm showing you is that there's different kinds of people who respond differently to the policy. There are some people who can cut the number of trips they take, and there are other people who can adjust their timetable. Okay. One thing that I didn't mention, although I showed it to you, was that we did spend quite a lot of time trying to see if there were differences in socioeconomic status between people who responded the most and least to these different policies. And unfortunately, we basically couldn't find all that much. One way of explaining that is that maybe we don't have quite enough information about how these people differ, although I promise that we did try a whole bunch of different things. Another way to understand it is to say that perhaps among the people who have cars and that do a substantial amount of driving into the cities, basically the people who are exposed to a large congestion price to begin with, they're all quite similar already. And I suspect that if we did a similar cut in New York, we would see something quite similar. So let me just conclude there. I'm out of time. I didn't show you any modeling or extrapolation to policies. We do all of that in a paper. It's not quite ready, but we'll be very soon. If you're interested, let me know and I'll send it to you as soon as we have it. Thanks.
Well, thank you, Shot. So one of the things that your presentation raised for me was in developing world context, and I've learned this actually from Cassandra Cole, who's one of the co-authors of the next papers, is that often with water pricing, one of the reasonable strategies is you give poor people a bunch of free water, and then you start charging them higher prices after that. And that sort of alleviates some of the sort of fear from harm. What your paper kind of suggested to me is maybe you could do the same thing with cars and congestion pricing. If the real money is getting the big users down, then sort of giving everybody a bunch of free driving time and then whacking up a really high charge after that might actually achieve most of the gains that you get. It would seem like you have the data where you could actually play with various counterfactuals like that and ask whether or not you can sort of get equity efficiency trade-offs that are efficient with that. Before you respond, why don't you just think about that? Why don't I hand it over to Steve Reddings to make sure that we get Steve's question in as well.
That's really fascinating presentation. Fantastic project, really interesting. I thought the public transit results you showed were really fascinating, because as you were presenting, I was thinking about, is the impact that people do fewer trips, or do they substitute towards alternative modes? And that seems really important for thinking about the welfare effects of the policy. And so that was great. I also wondered, had you thought about potential sort of scale-up predictions as you take this experiment and make it bigger, or if Israel were to make it countrywide? You might think that there could be interesting GE effects, and that maybe it becomes even more effective as congestion falls, or it's all less effective. You could think it could go in either way. And then more broadly, if it changes the type of trips people make, maybe the organization of economic activity within the city could change as well. So there seem lots of really interesting questions there. I don't know if you thought about those.
That's great, Steve. Anyone else want to raise a quick question before I hand it back to Josh to take the rest of the time? Okay, Shoshana, you now have 2 minutes and 45 seconds to respond.
Great. Yeah, so to your point, Ed, yeah, I think we could do that. We could basically say one way, if we're worried about exposure, one way to reduce the extent of exposure is to basically say everyone gets a free trip, and we would show that the people who aren't exposed may continue to not be exposed. That's a nice idea that we can play around with for sure. To Steve's point, yes. So both of your questions. So first of all, yes, we've thought a lot about modeling the GE effects, and we have a full complicated model to try to do that. Happy to show it at a different time and chat about it. To the point about public transit, yeah, so we thought about this a lot, and I think one of the big conclusions of this project in some sense is that public transit access seems to matter a lot. This is interesting if you think about it even from a different perspective, right? When we're thinking about designing different kinds of congestion pricing, we often kind of take the status quo infrastructure as fixed. And a really interesting question is how specific access matters. So to this point, I mentioned that we computed the transit time in a personalized fashion. And the reason I emphasize that is that we also did a non-personalized, did this also with a non-personalized way, where we sort of took a standard transportation authority index of accessibility for where every person lived. And if you looked at how that index was calculated, it was basically like an average of things that you might think are important, like frequency of direct lines to major cities and things like that. And when we did that, what we found was basically there's no difference. There's no relationship between that kind of generic index beyond, like standard metro indicators of how urban and dense the area was. And to me, that kind of meant that what's important here is not sort of generic accessibility, but specifically how close people are and what's available to them. So to that point, we actually have a new experiment in the field that's trying to actively estimate cross-price elasticities with public transit with a lot more granularity than we were able to do with this project. So I'm hoping that we have more to say on that in the future.
Wonderful. Thank you very, very much. I've just been, it's just been a great four papers, and I think it really shows what this wonderful community is capable of. So we're on another 10-minute break. So we'll reconvene at 3:10, and Steve Redding will be in the driver's chair. So thank you very, very much.
Great. Thank you, Ed. Yep, great.
Hey, so welcome back, everybody. Just to thank Ed for a terrific morning session. Really amazing set of papers, and just illustrates the vitality of this initiative and the breadth of research questions that have been addressed within it. And we're going to continue that theme again for the next two papers, touching on different aspects of the economics of transportation in the 21st century. And so I think Joel is going to present our first paper on how does economic activity adapt to pollution pricing. So handing over to you, Joel.
Thanks very much. Can you hear me and see the slides okay?
Yeah, that looks great.
Great. Hi, everyone. My name's Joel. Thank you to the organizers for selecting our paper. I'm going to present work with my co-authors Jakob and Fizza, colleagues from a research group at the Competition and Markets Authority here in the UK. And I'm going to talk about how economic activity responds to a tax on polluting vehicles. So, as we've heard today, there are lots of policies that have been enacted or are being considered to reduce air pollution, for example, electrifying metros, introducing bike lanes. And today I'm going to discuss low emission zones. These are areas in which highly polluting vehicles are disincentivized, restricted, or banned. And the aim is to improve air quality by reducing pollution. And there's plenty of analysis on low emission zones, for example, looking at Berlin, Stockholm, Milan, and Beijing. But typically they focus on a single margin or maybe two related margins, such as house prices and rents. But there are likely various margins of adjustment which have broader economic consequences. And so that's what we're going to do today. We're going to try and provide a wider picture of how economic activity responds to a specific and, at least in the UK, widely discussed policy, that's London's ultra low emission zone, which I'll refer to as the ULEZ. So we're going to look across these four margins: adoption of ultra low emission vehicles, or ULEVs, the effect on house prices, substitution towards public transport, and the effect on firm location. So why these four margins? Well, as I'll discuss, they fall out of our theoretical framework quite cleanly, but you could add more things to the model and get more margins of adjustment that you think are relevant. We think these encompass the key elasticities based on the literature, barring probably one main one, which is working from home. And at the moment, data on that is a barrier, but we plan to add that fairly soon. So if there's one thing you remember from this presentation, it should be this chart. These are our estimated coefficients from our baseline regressions, and I'll talk later about the empirical approach and how they differ across these for these four different margins. We find a positive effect of this policy on the adoption of these ultra low emission vehicles. We find a positive effect on house prices, that is for houses inside the zone relative to outside. We also find a positive effect on the use of the London Tube, and a negative effect on firm entry, that is inside the zone relative to outside the zone. And the fact that we find significant effects across all these margins suggests that these single margin papers likely underestimate the overall effects of these low emission zones, which have become more popular. So here is a picture of London's ultra low emission zone and its expansions. So the ULEZ is a £12.50 tax to drive into a zone in London for vehicles that do not pass an emissions threshold. It was announced in March 2015, introduced in April 2019, expanded in October 2021, and then again to cover all of Greater London in August last year. And for the initial policy, which we're going to focus on today, residents were exempt from paying that tax. So I'll give you a sense of our theoretical model here, but I won't go into too much detail. I won't introduce notation or do any derivations in the interest of time. And this framework helps us focus on the key channels, and in the future, we will use it to better understand the underlying mechanisms. So for now, preferences will be Cobb Douglas in consumption and housing with commuting costs and local amenities. There's a simple housing market and firm problem. Firms produce with labor and constant returns to scale, and they have location-specific productivity draws. Wages are the outcome of Nash bargaining, so they're a weighted average of the commuting costs and local productivity. And there's a nested logic for commuting choices. So given a home location, individuals will choose a work location, then the commuting method. So that's driving in a car or taking public transit. If they choose to drive, they can use an old vehicle, or they can use a new vehicle, which incurs a separable fixed cost, but lower marginal cost because you don't have to pay this pollution tax. And the number of drivers affects commuting costs from driving by affecting congestion. So these are our four margins that I mentioned earlier. I've not included any of the mathematical expressions here, but I'll just walk you through some of the intuition. So for investment in ultra-low emission vehicles, there's going to be a weighted indirect congestion cost, the direct tax effect on old vehicles, and also an effect from switching between transport modes, so switching between driving a car, taking public transit. For house prices, there's going to, the elasticity is going to depend on the inverse housing per worker. So more workers per house raises the elasticity of house prices to the pollution tax, multiplied by a weighted tax response of commuters via the commuting costs. So the intuition here is the pollution tax affects commuting choices, which affects commuting costs, and that influences where people choose to live, and hence the demand for housing. For public transit, there's going to be the weighted indirect congestion cost again, in addition to a commuting cost from old vehicles. The overall effect of the pollution tax on switching towards public transit is mitigated somewhat for two reasons. One, you can switch to newer vehicles, so you can avoid paying the tax by purchasing a newer vehicle. But also the direct fall in congestion makes driving more attractive at the margin. So this offsets the incentive to switch to public transport. And finally, for firm location, there's going to be a labour supply and a wage response. So the labour supply channel is really about, does the pollution change utility for workers in one region more or less relative to the average of workers in all other regions? And the wage response comes from the change in commuting costs, which isn't fully passed through due to the Nash bargaining solution. Okay, so we've covered the theoretical framework. I'm going to discuss the data in a bit of detail here. So just to give you a sense of the size of the regions we're looking at, all of our results are going to either be at the postcode or the postcode district level. So a postcode in Greater London has on average around 19 households. A postcode district is a combination of a bunch of different postcodes, and on average there are around 10,000 households per postcode district in Greater London. So for vehicle registrations, we have every car that's registered in the UK by postcode district and quarter, and we also have the number of cars that are ultra low emission vehicles, and we have that over a 10-year time span. From the land registry, we have house price data, which excludes commercial properties, and we can control for property type and 10-year type to mitigate composition effects. We have daily London Tube data, that's entry and exit in every station in the year that the ULEZ was first introduced, which was 2019. And there's a new quarterly level firm database called the Longitudinal Business Database, from which we can obtain entry rates at the postcode district by quarter level. We have to exclude any observation where there are fewer than 10 firms born for disclosure reasons, but we plan to repeat this soon to obtain the full sample of firms. We know the postcodes that are subject to this policy, and we use the 2011 census to get the commuting matrix. So this is at the middle super output area level, so around 3,000 to 4,000 households. So we know how many people commute from A to B and the breakdown of different transport methods, such as walking, driving, or taking the bus. And we have a bunch of additional variables for controls. So our treatment variable is going to be what we call ULEZ exposure. And this describes how exposed commuters in a region are to this policy. So we're going to compute the share of commuters in 2011 from a given region who drive into the ULEZ for work. So this is based on a pre-existing quasi-fixed set of economic choices regarding where you live, where you work, and how you commute. And so you can see as the policy expanded that the share of regions that were affected by the ULEZ increased and the amount that they were exposed increased. Our results, as I said before, will focus on the 29 implementation of this policy today to avoid confounding factors due to the pandemic, but we do intend to extend the analysis shortly. So our empirical approach leverages the fact that there is geographic variation in how exposed different areas are to the shock of this unanticipated policy. So there are two sources of randomness. There's randomness of the ULEZ boundary. It doesn't demarcate anything particularly meaningful economically or politically. And there's also randomness in the share of people who drive into the ULEZ. So because we analyze at the postcode or postcode district level, these regions are somewhat arbitrary and should not be related to the policy choice itself. And so we have two empirical approaches. We have standard kind of differences and event study approach, which we're going to use to look at the changes in commuting behavior. So the adoption of ultra low emission vehicles and the use of public transport. And here is where we use our kind of ULEZ exposure as our measure of treatment. And we're going to use the differences approach when there are no meaningful spillovers to non-commuters locally. So imagine comparing two postcodes that are next to each other, where one has individuals much more exposed to this policy than the other. And that's due to the pre-existing economic decisions. We expect to see more adjustment in commuting behavior in that more exposed region, and any spillovers to be highly local and shouldn't affect non-commuters in a meaningful way. On the other hand, we're going to use regression discontinuity to look at the impact on house prices and business creation. This is where we think those decisions have broader spillover effects to non-commuters, and the decisions over location are discontinuously affected by the policy introduction at a certain point at that boundary. So now I'm going to show you our results, and for each of the four margins, I'm going to show you some like a raw data scatter plot or some trends, and then our baseline estimates from these empirical approaches. So firstly, here we look at the share of ultra low emission vehicles against the exposure to the ULEZ. So there's this positive correlation, and this is from early 2019. And you could tell a very plausible economic story for why this is. ULEZ exposure is related to occupation choices, which affects wages, which affects disposable income, and hence adoption of ultra low emission vehicles. So we run an event study with quarter and region fixed effects, and we obtain this event study graph. So if you take the coefficient at the very end, just before the pandemic, moving from the 10th percentile of exposure to the policy to the 90th percentile is associated with about a 1.7% increase in the share of low emission vehicles. Now, is that a lot or a little? Well, the average ultra low emission vehicle share in the whole of Greater London by the end of 2019 was a bit over, slightly over 2% of car registrations. So the impact here is pretty substantial. We do a bunch of alternative difference estimators and placebo tests, and our results hold up both quantitatively and qualitatively. Now let's look at house prices. So this is a scatter of the log average house price and exposure to the policy. Again, we get this positive relationship, which is not entirely surprising. So what we're going to do is we run a pre and post announcement regression discontinuity with distance from the boundary of the zone as our running variable. So here is the bin scatter plot, which shows our baseline estimate. So the kind of lighter cream line represents the pre-announcement fitted polynomials on either side of the boundary. And there's not a noticeable discontinuity at the boundary. On the other hand, you can see this large gap open up in house prices at the ULEZ boundary after the policy is announced. You can see this big discontinuity with house prices substantially higher. Now, why might this be? Individuals within the zone may benefit in three ways. There's reduced pollution, reduced congestion, and exemption from the pollution tax itself. And we're hoping to do further analysis and use our theoretical framework to think about that a bit more. Again, we do a bunch of robustness on distance heterogeneity, different bandwidths, polynomial distance, excluding houses really, really close to the boundary, and our results hold up across all those checks. So for public transport data, what I do here is I split postcodes at the median exposure to the policy into low and high groups and simply compute the difference in average daily station entry before and after the policy introduction in 2019. So there's an increase in public transport use after the policy is introduced, but the differences between more and less exposed regions are not statistically significant, even though the rise in public transport use is higher in more exposed areas. So we run a more robust differences approach at the day and postcode level. So that's very granular, with fixed effects to soak up seasonality, weights for population, and controls for distance from the boundary. And it produces this result where that top row is the coefficient that we're interested in. And what does this mean quantitatively? Well, moving again from the 10th percentile of exposure to the policy to the 90th percentile is associated with a rise in around 3% in use of the London Tube. So still not huge, but pretty substantial. And finally, we look at firm entry data. So here we plot firm entry rates that are detrended, so we regress on quarter and year, and what this is telling us is the percentage deviation from the announcement of the policy, which is that gray dotted line. Okay, so we're looking at changes in firm entry rates relative to that announcement date. And those dotted lines are trend lines. And so you can kind of see some divergence around the announcement of the policy, but you could argue that this kicks in, a few years down the line. So we undertake a more careful spatial analysis with a regression discontinuity, again, using distance as the running variable. And this reveals a more substantial effect. So this is, again, a bin scatter plot. We have all the tables in the paper, but this shows that if you look to the left-hand side, that's within the zone. You can see post-announcement, a fall in firm entry. And if you look to the right-hand side, you can see a rise in firm entry outside of the ultra-low emission zone. All right. So now I'm just going to kind of summarize next steps where we're going with this paper. So one thing we want to look at is heterogeneity. We do have results on regional variation, but it's somewhat limited by the narrow geographic range of that initial zone. As we look kind of further out into the expansions, we'll be able to look at that in more detail. We're also going to look at income heterogeneity, and we expect that to be systematically correlated. So for example, in lower income postcodes, you may be more likely to switch to public transport and less likely to buy ultra low emission vehicles. So importantly, if we had only focused on one margin, we would miss this variation. As I said, we're going to look at these additional expansions as repeated shocks, but we need to think about how the pandemic plays into this, because the 2021 expansion of the policy is obviously during a time of a lot of change in commuting behavior. We're also looking at other data and further analysis. So one thing we can do is we can obtain household level vehicle data. So this is more granular at a geographic level, but also includes information about exactly which vehicles are exempt from the ultra low emission zone. So we know the exact emissions of every car that's registered at every postcode in the UK, and that granularity will be really useful. Working from home is an obvious margin of adjustment, so we want to look at that too. And finally, we want to look at particulate matter pollution. There is some work that the government's done on this, and it shows that this has fallen rapidly in London over the last decade, but it's unclear how much of this is just due to the ultra low emission zone relative to a bunch of other policies and broader secular trends like falling EV prices. And we'll do some other robustness, synthetic control. We'll look at the number of EV chargers, which is obviously a really important factor here. And I think there's a paper later on in the session that's going to talk about EV chargers in the US. So just to summarize, what do? We estimate the response of economic activity to pollution pricing, which introduces randomness in how different locations are affected based on commuting behavior. We find a strong positive impact on these kind of intended margins of commuting behavior. So that's electric vehicle adoption and the use of public transport. But there's also this spatial reallocation through house prices and firm entry locations, which we think is really important. And our contribution is to bring together various data sets to flexibly study this policy with fairly little lag, although we do have to check these more recent expansions of the policy. And we provide a blueprint to evaluate this and similar policies going forward. So I'll just end with our coefficient plot, just to remind you of the kind of key results, and looking forward to hearing your thoughts and questions.
Thanks very much, Joel. Fascinating project and presentation. If anyone has any questions, please raise your hand. I had a couple that I wanted to start with related to some of your concluding comments. I was thinking it'd be really interesting to see the first stage of the effect of the policy on particulate matter on pollution. I thought it would just be really, really interesting to show. And then related to that, looking at the health effects of the policy. I wanted to flag some work by one of my colleagues, Janet Curry, who looked at EasyPass, the adoption of EasyPass on highways in the United States, and actually finds quite big effects on childhood health outcomes by preventing cars sort of idling, queuing up at EasyPass. So it could be that you find some really interesting effects on health. And I wanted to try to sort of unpick a little bit how much is a direct effect on pollution versus how much are some of the other mechanisms that you mentioned. But it sounds fascinating. And then also, just for another plug, I was also intrigued about to the extent that it's operating through the reduction in particulate matter, sort of prevailing wind conditions could be interesting, right? And so another paper that's very interesting is Stefan Heblick has a paper in the JPE called East Side Story, where he looks at the westward winds blowing pollution towards the east and how that affected the East End of London. So I was thinking that could be interesting around the boundary and seeing, do you get greater effects in the center where you're furthest from pollution versus at the outskirts where pollution's dispersing to the surrounding area. Super, super interesting. Very, very impressive project. Any other questions? Okay. Do you want to just take a couple of minutes, Joel, just if you had any thoughts about my questions, and then just if anyone else thinks of another question in the meantime, then they can feel free to raise their hand.
Yeah, so I guess initially why we didn't include any analysis on particular matter was we were trying to focus on kind of more of a direct economic story. But I think it's super interesting. So there are a few studies now that have tried to look at how air pollution has changed since the ULEZ. I think they suffer a little bit on the causal inference side, and so I think there's something we can do there that can be useful. But yeah, I hadn't thought about using the wind patterns as in that paper. I think that would be a really cool idea. So yeah, we'll definitely look into it.
That paper is really interesting. It has a really great validation. They have climate models of prevailing winds, and they validate it by showing that sort of moths in Britain changed color in response to growing pollution during the Victorian era. So it's a really, really interesting paper. Then just actually finally, one other thought I had is that I really like the way you were using commuting trips to measure exposure. But I was wondering, it could also be intriguing thinking about consumption trips in the sense that within London, related to some of the points you made about working from home, it could also be that sort of consumption trips are informative for exposure as well as commuting. Just as something else to think. I know that's much harder to measure because the census really only measures commuting, but in principle, sort of cell phone data, or there could also be some other possible data sources. But super, super interesting project. So let's continue to the next paper, the second paper in this session, just to check that one of our presenters is here. Because we're a couple of minutes. It looks like Chris is going to present the paper today. So again, continuing with this theme of looking at different aspects of the economics of transportation, sort of really showcasing the breadth of research covered by our initiative. Chris is now going to talk about scale effects of rapid transit and automobile adoption. So handing over to you, Chris.
Great, thank you. And let me just share my screen. Okay, great. Can you see me and hear me?
Yeah, that looks terrific.
Okay, great. Well, thank you guys very much for sticking around to see my presentation on the scale effects of rapid transit and how that impacts automobile adoption. My co-authors on this project are Danae Hernandez-Cortez and Paulina Oliva. And let me just say that I'm speaking only for myself and my co-authors and not for the Federal Reserve System or for the Philly Fed. So I'd like to start by motivating this paper by asking whether investment in public transit can shift automobile adoption. And when we survey the economic literature that's tried to measure these effects, we often see pretty, maybe just kind of disparagingly small results. Now, there's some suggestive evidence that there are bigger effects with denser networks, and that's going to be a place where we kind of directly plug into that. And there's some new evidence that tends to point to the importance of design mattering. However, there are big differences across income and setting. So we're hoping to provide kind of a little bit of a setting that will unify these disparate effects. We're also going to be working in a developing context, and transit may be a particularly impactful intervention in developing contexts because of its kind of unique ability to connect people with jobs or to consumption opportunities, to reduce the externalities of said mobility. And there's also this kind of, margin among which transit influences long-run land use trajectories. And so the transportation decisions of cities today can impact their land use trajectories tomorrow. So with that sort of motivation, let me get into what we actually do in the paper, which is going to be to study automobile adoption in Mexico City and how it responds to transit expansions. And to be able to do this, we're going to bring to bear some newly harmonized, repeated cross-section travel survey data covering kind of a long time span and looking way back into the 1990s. I barely remember the 1990s. So for me, that's practically history. And one of the things that we're going to find is that the scale of transit is going to be a key driver of effect magnitude. And here, when I'm going to be talking about scale effects, what I really mean is residential access to a number of transit lines. So our kind of primary set of reduced form results indicate that having residential access to one rapid transit line has pretty small effects on automobile adoption, whereas having residential access to 2 or more rapid transit lines leads to significant reductions in automobile adoption, and perhaps there may even be increasing returns to scale in this. These effects are robust to a wide variety of designs. So that's kind of a cool set of results. And to understand it a little bit more, we ask what drives these scale effects and whether they manifest across the income spectrum. We're really interested in these differences in effects by income to be able to speak to things like external validity and port our results to other contexts. So to speak to this, we're going to develop a partial equilibrium quantitative spatial model that features really rich heterogeneity in preferences by income via kind of a latent class structure. I'll talk about this a little bit more, but what we have in mind is trying to link expansions in the transit system to changes in work and consumption market access. And if you're not familiar, right, these market access terms are kind of are essentially provide a formal notion of how valuable connections to destinations are net of commuting costs. So that's kind of the first leg of the model. And then the second leg of the model connects these changes in market access terms to people's automobile adoption decisions. Our results are going to be pretty interesting. We find that there are substantial scale effects in these market access terms, but that's really mostly driven, or nearly all driven, by consumption, the consumption side of the model. So consumption market access seems to be key here. When we look at the heterogeneity in these impacts by incomes, what we see is substantial sensitivity to changes in market access, even at higher incomes, and that's really driven by changes in the consumption market access. So the consumption side of the model is going to be pretty important. So I won't go through the literature. There's a lot of great work out there. I will just say that our focus on scale effects and consumption access may help explain some of the disparate effects of transit that we see in the literature. And I'll just briefly call out a companion paper that more directly compares subways and bus rapid transit in a kind of reduced form sense, and actually finds that they have pretty similar effects, at least in the context of Mexico City. So let me talk a little bit more about the context. Many of you are probably pretty familiar with Mexico City, but if you're not, pay attention for this slide. So we're going to be studying the greater Mexico City area. It's a growing megacity and features the second largest subway in the Western Hemisphere. It's a setting that has a growing rapid transit. It's a setting with a lot of multimodal travel and also with a lot of informal transit. Despite all of this rich transit offerings, auto use has doubled since the 1980s. And like many middle-income cities, it experiences a lot of congestion and pollution. So let me talk briefly about what's happening in rapid transit during our study window. So kind of at baseline for our study period, the Mexico City subway system consisted of 9 lines. And then over the next 23 years, they added 3 more subway lines and built kind of a new bus rapid transit network that interfaces with the subway to some extent. So to give you kind of a picture of what's going on, here is a map of greater Mexico City. The gray areas here are essentially census tracts in which we have data across all 3 waves of our travel surveys. The black lines here are represent the subway system at baseline in 1994. And then the orange lines are the growth in subway lines, and the blue lines are the growth in the bus rapid transit system. So this system was designed to provide coverage to a lot of area across the greater Mexico City region. But importantly for us, it also provides lots of variation in network density. There are locations that have a lot of transit, and there are locations that only have a little bit of transit. And we kind of see a lot of those changes throughout our window. So just to talk a little bit more about the data, in part because it was a lot of work, what we have is 3 waves of these household-based travel surveys covering a relatively long time span. So, we're going to be able to look at longer run changes in behavior, which I think is pretty cool. so these are repeated cross-sections, and they include sociodemographics and importantly for us, income. And they are also travel diaries for everyone in the household. So it has kind of basically for the reference day, everything you'd like to know about the trips that everyone in the household takes. I won't go into too much detail, but there was a lot of data work that my co-authors and I had to do to get this data to talk to each other. It wasn't really meant to be used to be combined across years. And so there was a lot of work that went into that. I'll also briefly say that to enable estimating the structural model, we also had to simulate historical, multimodal, and informal travel using kind of a variety of counterfactual networks. Just know that that's going to be an input later on. So to kind of motivate where we're going with the design, let me first put up a kind of simple two-way fixed effects empirical model of automobile adoption. Throughout the talk, we're going to be indexing households by omega, survey years by T, and residential tracts by I. And our primary outcome here is going to be automobile adoption, which will be an indicator that equals 1 if anyone in the household uses a private automobile for any of their trips. We've considered a variety of other outcomes, but this is basically the outcome that we can easily observe in all years of our data. To measure treatment, I'm going to use this measure of residential proximity to the nearest transit station. And we scale this to lie on the unit interval and to equal 1 if the residential tract where someone lives contains a rapid transit station, and 0 if they're more than 2 kilometers away. And it's kind of piecewise linear in between that. And the reason we do that is because the take-up of transit roughly follows this sort of pattern. If you look at a nice bend regression, this is just more parsimonious. So here you have the kind of picture that we have in mind. There was a place, there was no transit line before, but it gets a transit line, and now people can use it. What are the effects? That was to motivate. Now I want to turn to what will be kind of our primary specification, where we look at the scale effects of transit. And so you can see from the little picture here what's happened. This place now received yet another transit line a little bit further away. And so we're going to try to measure the additional effects of these additional transit lines that places to receive. And so kind of formally what we'll be doing is denoting the proximity of residences with this parenthesis K notation, which will represent the proximity of the nearest kth line of rapid transit and estimating kind of a variety of treatment effects together. You might have a number of concerns that might represent threats to identification. One of the primary concerns you might have is about endogenous transit station placement. This is always a challenge in studying transportation infrastructure. We hope that as much as we would like it, transportation planners are not often randomly assigning transportation infrastructure. That's probably a good thing, right? But it is a challenge for us researchers. So we have a variety of designs to get around this. You might also be concerned now that I'm talking about basically the dose of transit that households might receive, that there might be contamination in these treatment effects across dose levels. We do a variety of things to try to deal with this, including use a historic plan of planned expansions, doing kind of local parallel trends estimators and all this sort of stuff. I won't go into detail into our designs, but I'll show you some pictures, and our results are going to be robust to a lot of these. So because we would really like to imbue our results with a causal and behavioral interpretation. So let me provide just a little evidence for that. Because we're using tract and year fixed effect, it's changes in proximity that are driving effects. And so identification in the setting right is going to require parallel trends between control units and the counterfactual of treated units. That's not testable. And also because of data limitations, we can't run a pre-trends test in our whole sample. However, we can test for differential pre-trends in late treated units. And when we do that, we see that there's really no evidence of differential pre-trends, which supports a notion of parallel trends and leads us to have more confidence in a causal interpretation of our results. There's also relatively little evidence of residential sorting in this context. We see no real sorting on observables. And this is also a setting in which there's just not as much neighborhood churn as there is in the United States. And this kind of leads us to think of these results as representing behavioral response. So let me show you kind of our main reduced form results. And here I'm just showing the effect of going from having no residential transit to having proximity within your tract to one line. And as you can probably see by the scale of this axis, I'm foreshadowing larger effects. These effects, though, are relatively small, about -3 percentage points. Although these are small effects, they are larger than kind of comparable estimates in the US that others and myself have found in other contexts. Okay, so with that in mind, let's kind of reveal the rest of the picture. And you see really noticeable effects, cumulative effects of additional transit exposure on automobile adoption. So having receiving 2 or 3 lines substantially reduces people's usage of automobiles in kind of a notable way. And I'll point out that there also seems to be, if you look at the kind of curvature of these points, some evidence of increasing returns to scale in automobile adoption, up to maybe 2 or 3 lines. So this is kind of our primary reduced form result. And the main thing I'd like you to take away. We do a bunch of stuff to show that this is robust and to extend these results that I won't talk about today. Instead, I'd like to kind of move in and quickly move through the model and some of the cool stuff that we get out of the model. So, right, just to refresh you, what the model is going to be doing is going to be trying to provide a structural explanation for how transit expansions will impact auto adoption. And we're going to do this via work and consumption market access. So this partial equilibrium quantitative spatial model will provide a way to value automobile and transit separately. So let me give you the model primitives. Households are going to be have the following endowments. Their residential location, we're going to treat it as fixed. In the paper, we show how to endogenize this, but it's just easier to focus on the behavioral change today. Households will be different by their income. I'll talk about that in a second, by their working status. And for households that are working, we're going to treat their current working location as an endowment. In the model, households are going to kind of sequentially choose automobile adoption, destinations for consumption, and work if they need to find a new job. And then conditional on their destinations, they'll choose travel modes. So one of our challenges here is that we really want to allow for heterogeneity by people's kind of income or expected income in how much they value time and how much they value different travel modes and in the types of destinations that people would like to go to. And so in order to do that, we nest the whole choice model that I was just talking about inside a latent class framework. And what that latent class framework does is probabilistically assign membership to households from households to classes based on their income via kind of an ordered logit assignment function. So classes are going to be sets of preference functions, and households are going to have kind of mixtures of these preference parameters. And then the nice reason, or the reason to do this that's quite nice, is that we can get very flexible preferences and accommodate even non-monotonic preferences, at least when it comes to their variation with income. Okay, so basically what the model is going to do is deliver a relative market access term for every residential location and every income level. To just give you a little bit more of a flavor of how the model works, I'll start at the bottom and kind of work our way up. So conditional on destination, vehicle ownership, and the kind of latent class that households are in, we model mode choice with a nested logit structure that can allow multimodal travel as well as informal trips. And a lot of work went into trying to be able to capture informal trips well. Taking the expectation across that gives kind of a notion of travel costs, which then feed into the next stage of the model, which are destination choices. Households are basically trying to decide where to go in a way that maximizes their utility net of commuting costs. That delivers these market access terms for consumption. There's a similar problem on the work side, except that households have their initial workplace endowment. So households care both about their great, Steve, thank you. Their existing access to their existing workplace and a kind of more general notion of access to other potential job opportunities. And then these nest into their automobile choice decision. The dynamic program and the workplace side gives us this kind of simple model for work access, and the consumption market access term kind of just falls out as you see here. So with these terms, we bring that into our final estimating equation, which basically just nests the kind of valuation terms that I was just talking about into the latent class structure. So here, this is kind of our estimating equation. This has a structural representation in the paper that I won't get into today. But there's a kind of a nifty way to tie everything together in terms of like fundamental parameters or elasticities. Here, what I'll be showing you are these kind of curly or script Bs, which represent how households value market access in terms of their automobile adoption decisions. There are a bunch of cool results on the kind of lower nests of the model that I won't talk about too much. I'd rather kind of dive right into the scale effects of transit and how that impacts market access. So that's going to be focused on this kind of first channel. So how do transit expansions change market access? So here I'm going to show you both the effects of transit on work market access and consumption market access across the income spectrum. And importantly, you'll see that there are 3 lines on each picture. The darkest line is the first rapid transit line that opens into place. And then the lighter line is the second transit line, and the lightest line is the third rapid transit line. And we could do this for more, but this is just easiest to see. And you can see that there's really no return to scale in access to work destinations. And this kind of holds even if we just look at a general notion of market access rather than the kind of specific notion of market access that controls for people's current work locations. However, we see substantial scale effects on the consumption side of the model. Now, how much do people value these different access terms? So this is going to be kind of a cool thing that we can look at in terms of their automobile decision. And so what I'm going to show you now is basically the effects of market access on automobile adoption and how it varies across the income channel. So there are a couple of things to take away from this picture. The first is that lower income households really value work access, at least vis-a-vis automobile adoption, and they value consumption access much less. However, for high-income households, that relationship is kind of switched. So households really value consumption access and have place less value on work access, at least in terms of their automobile adoption decisions. One kind of other interesting thing here that falls out is that as you move to the right on this picture, neither market access term goes to 0. And so basically, what this is saying is you can still impact people's automobile adoption decisions if you want to, even if they're high income. Extrapolating this out of sample, maybe that means that even in these places, as they become much wealthier, you can still adjust people's driving decisions. Our results are pretty, I'll say our model at this point kind of roughly replicates similar reduced form effects. So the left shows imputed effects from the model, and the right shows our reduced form effects. And I think that this is pretty close. There's kind of one margin that we can add to explain the difference between these two models. And that has to do with kind of the time it takes for a place to respond to the introduction of transit. So basically, if we include something like a linear trend at the tract level and how long it's been since you've received transit, we can kind of make these two models match more closely. And so what that to us indicates is that basically transit doesn't have its whole impact right away, right upon construction. It takes a little while for it to show up. So let me just conclude. We have some cool new data that we use to show substantial scale effects of transit on automobile adoption in Mexico City. There are really large effects of 2 or more lines, but small effects of just 1 line. A lot of places receive a lot of transit because of this kind of active construction environment. So these are kind of big effects overall. Our results are quite robust. And we show that really consumption market access is kind of key to understanding the effects of transit on automobile adoption. And planners in these contexts may want to anticipate these sort of scale effects when designing their networks. So that's what I've got. Thank you, guys.
Thanks very much, Chris. Really interesting. And I see Ed has got his hand up. Ed has a question.
Sure. Great paper. Really see all that changes in car ownership, really very different than what I think we're used to. One of the things that would be really neat is if you could actually do more with cell phone records from Mexico City and to actually look at the consumption trips in the area and to sort of match those moments with the model as well. I think it'd be really neat. I mean, my guess is that for most of these the people, their consumption trips are relatively close, and so they don't really need a car. But I would really love to see more stuff on cell phones brought together.
I think Lucas has a question as well.
Yeah, fascinating project. So I wondered if you looked separately at subways versus BRT. The subway lines are truly new, but conceptually, I think of the BRT quite differently. In many cases, that's replacing small private transportation with large public transportation, which is maybe more comfortable and safer, but not necessarily faster. So it's surprising to me if those are the same. And then just on your data, are you able to distinguish ride share versus traveling in your own private vehicle? Thanks.
And then, Chris, I just wanted to ask one thing. So I think this is really just interpretation. And I mean, I think the findings are super interesting, but I wondered whether it's necessarily scale effects of the rollout of public transit. I was sort of imagining, I'm presuming you have sort of spatial units and you don't know exactly the address of a person within the spatial unit. And so when I get kind of 2 subway stops in my spatial unit, that means there are more people that are closer to the subway station, right? In some sense, in that for each individual, the effect could be kind of linear in travel time, but the first subway station is near, one group of people, the second subway station is near another group of people, and then when I aggregate up to the kind of census tract or census block, it looks like a scale effect. So it's just a labeling thing. I think it's still very consistent with what you're finding in the literature. Or related to that, I was also thinking, could it be a network effect that in some sense, what matters to me is not access to transit in itself, but access to the whole network. And maybe when the second line comes to me, I get access to a different bit of the network. And so the effect's still non-linear. It's exactly as you're finding in the data. It's totally consistent with all the findings, but I'm just wondering whether it's necessarily increasing returns to scale or whether it could be some form of kind of network effect or this sort of differential access of different people. Do you want to just take a couple of minutes and respond to all the questions?
Yeah, that's great. Thank you. Those are great questions. So with regards to cell phone data, I think that's a great idea. We initially haven't pursued that just because we don't really have any hope of there being cell phone data in 1994 and probably not in 2007. So it would be only really looking contemporaneously. However, that could still be a really interesting thing to look at, especially given kind of our slow habituation result. So thanks for that. Lucas, in terms of, subway versus BRT, I mean, it's a surprising empirical regularity that comes out in this paper and in our kind of companion paper that the effects here are really not very different between subway and bus rapid transit. In the structural model, we also do try to accommodate the fact that, BRT is probably replacing slower, older modes of transit. And, I think what's going on is that the BRT is like, it's pretty nice. And the kind of things in our model that you would interpret as like kind of measuring how normal or inferior subway and BRT are, BRT shows up as a little bit more normal relative to subway or less inferior at least. So that's a good point. We have some more digging to do there, but yeah, it's kind of a surprising thing. And then, Steve, I think that's really interesting. One of the things that we could do that would, I think, get at this a little bit more directly is looking at the share of trips within each household and how that responds. Because, we don't know precisely, you're right, we don't know precisely where households are, but, everybody in the household lives at the same place. So that might kind of begin to get at that. I mean, we've had there is a labeling challenge here. And so, at some point, maybe offline, I'd love to get your thoughts on how to label things more efficiently. So those are
Super
great.
Interesting paper, though. I mean, really interesting findings. They're just terrific. So I think we're up on time now for this session. And so now we've got another 10-minute break. And then I'm going to pass the baton to Jim, who I think is going to chair the next session after this. So thanks very much, everybody, again for another terrific session, and see everybody in around 10 minutes time.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Elaine or Cassandra or others, do you want to get ready to share screen to take this away? Great, Cassandra, thank you. All right, it is very exciting to be 4 o'clock on a Friday afternoon and see that a conference is still holding the attention of 60 people hanging in here. So thank you all very much for doing this. Before we start the last paper, I also just want to mention Cliff Winston posted something in the chat at the beginning of the meeting about a project on international comparison of the economics of transportation systems. And I just want to call attention to that. Any of who's interested in that project, I think it's an emerging effort. Please do reach out to Cliff and let him know of your interest. And on the NBER side, those of you who are interested in supply chain issues, and I know that that is something which does pull in some of our transportation community, we have an upcoming December conference, which is on the economics of supply chain resiliency. And I think with any luck, we are going to be able to do a separate project in 2025 that'll look at supply chain issues, and we'll have some research funding available. So just a flag and shout out if any of you are interested in that. Be on the lookout or shoot me an email and I can provide a bit more further information. Okay, and the last session here will actually feature first a paper presentation and then a very interesting discussion back and forth on research needs from the DOT perspective. So I'm going to get us started with the last paper. And Elaine, Cassandra, are one of you the presenter?
I am, yes.
Great, thank you.
Great, thanks, Jim. I'm very excited to present this paper with my co-authors Omar Asensio at Georgia Tech, Elaine Buckberg and Jim Stock at Harvard, and Luke Keeney and Chris Knittel at MIT. We are very excited for any feedback we get from you, so looking forward to questions. Our paper is called Charging Uncertainty, Real-Time Charging Data and Electric Vehicle Adoption. So to motivate why we're thinking about real-time data around EV charging stations, I want to take a few steps back and start with the fact that EV adoption is crucial for meeting EPA greenhouse gas emission standards over the next 10 years, as well as broader US climate goals. Transportation is a major source of greenhouse gas emissions in the US. And quite a bit of prior literature finds that charging infrastructure is key in drivers' choice between electric and internal combustion vehicles. And my co-authors and I also have a previous paper that finds that government money spent on charging infrastructure has a much greater impact on EV adoption than money spent on vehicle subsidies directly. At the same time, there's a lot of evidence that charging experiences are poor, both in the popular press, where you'll see articles like, I just drove my EV across the country and I had to be towed 4 times, and in the academic literature, where we have articles like one by Rempel and co-authors that finds that only 72.5% of Bay Area chargers are functional, which is, kind of the area of the country we might expect to have the best charging infrastructure. And some papers by my co-author, Omar Asensio, finding that almost half of public EV charging reviews online are negative. And they find also that on average, there's an average reliability score for EV chargers of about 78%, so 1 in 5 chargers are not working at any given time. We're thinking about real-time data on the status of charging stations as a tool for improving these charging experiences, in part because it has significant potential to save drivers time in terms of search time for finding charging stations that are working and available for them. And it can also ease range anxiety, because when drivers are thinking about possibly buying an EV, they're thinking of their most extreme use case, which is often, their road trip across the country, far from home in a context they don't really know, and worrying about running out of charge and having to be towed. So because of that, we're going to ask first, what is the current state of real-time data on highway DC fast chargers, focusing on highways because that's that extreme use case where people are driving far from home and likely need quite a lot of charge. I want to be clear that when we talk about real-time data, we mean real-time information on the status of chargers, so whether they're working and available, found alongside their locations and types in a central app. So there is quite a lot of this kind of real-time data in charging firms' proprietary apps, but these aren't a good solution because if you're a driver and you're alone on the highway, you can't easily cross-reference different charging providers' apps to find out, if this Tesla station doesn't work, maybe I can go to this Electrify America station. There is precedent for requiring real-time data from charging stations. So the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law's NEVI funding requires that chargers built using its funding provide this real-time data on a API that these centralized apps can then pull from and provide the data to consumers. But at the same time, there are reasons that charging firms or CPOs may not want to share their data. In particular, we've heard concerns about business stealing. We've heard concerns about revealing their downtime and their utilization, and also foregoing the potential monetization of their data that they just can't do if they're sharing it online for free. So the second question we're going to ask is, what would be the impact on EV adoption of requiring real-time data reporting at all publicly accessible highway fast chargers? In this presentation, I'm going to start by telling you about two novel data sources we've collected. The first is data scraped from plugshare.com, which is the biggest of these charging locator apps over 6 months. And the second is survey data on drivers' beliefs about the reliability of charging, conditional on having or not having real-time data. Then I'll tell you about the results from this PlugShare scraping on the current state of real-time data reporting. And then I'll feed this into a two-sided model of the EV industry that we adapt from an earlier paper, where on one side we have consumers' choices of vehicles, either EVs or ICEs, and we build in now the variability in the charging experience. And on the other side, we have charging station supply. Finally, I'll show you results from simulations of this model to predict the impact of real-time data on EV adoption and carbon emissions. So for context, for those who don't know or aren't familiar, this is what PlugShare looks like. So this is a good example of a charging locator. It looks a lot like Google Maps, but you can search for chargers of a certain type. This is one of the only DC fast chargers in Cambridge, Massachusetts. You can see how much it costs. You can see other users' reviews. Only some of the time can you see the current status of its chargers. So on the left here, I'm showing you what a charger on PlugShare looks like if it doesn't have real-time data. You can see how many plugs it has, of what type. You can't tell if they're currently working and if you can currently charge at them. On the right is a station with real-time data. You can see if I go to this station right now, I am going to have 2 CCS plugs available for me to use. So we collect over 6 months the details of these public DC fast chargers, which we define as chargers delivering at least 50 kilowatts. These are the kind of very fast 30-minute chargers you'll find at highway rest stops. Within 2 miles of exits on 6 major interstates covering 40 states. And we do this scraping between March and August of 2024. And after I tell you about our second data source, I'll show you some of the results from that scraping. The second data source we collect is survey evidence on consumer beliefs about charging reliability. And this is important because real-time data can only accelerate the EV transition if drivers actually think that a charger with real-time data saying that it is working and available is more likely to be working and available than one without real-time data. So we surveyed about 900 prospective car buyers and about 800 current EV drivers. And we asked them to assess the probability that they could successfully charge at 3 types of stations. One is a station with real-time data that says it's working and available. The second is a station with real-time data that says it's working, but has no available plugs. So that's one where they would expect to have to wait if they arrived at that moment. And the third is a charger without real-time data. When I get to the model, I'll show you kind of the key results from this survey, but we asked a lot of kind of heterogeneity questions that I think are interesting. And if you're interested in seeing them, you can see those results in the paper. Okay, what does our PlugShare scraping tell us about the state of real-time data? First, it tells us that not a lot of stations are actually recording this data. So here I'm showing you on our 6 interstates on August 18th, what % of stations were reporting their real-time status on PlugShare. And in the top right cell of this table, you can see that over those 6 highways, it was only 33.2% of stations. That number improves a lot if we exclude chargers from Tesla and Electrify America. Tesla and Electrify America are the two largest charging providers in the US, and they also happen to be two of the major holdouts on providing this real-time data to consumers on a centralized app. Excluding Tesla is conceptually kind of correct for non-Tesla drivers, many of whom are just not allowed to use Tesla stations. But excluding Electrify America loses quite a lot of the potential places you might want to charge if you're not a Tesla driver. And removing the two of them loses 53% of the stations on these 6 highways, though it does bring the percentage of stations reporting real-time data up from 33% to 70%. It's also the case that the state of real-time data is quite different in different parts of the country. So on I-5, which is the interstate we scrape with the highest number of charging stations, it also happens to be the interstate with the best real-time data reporting at 45%. On I-90, your experience is going to be much worse. There are many fewer stations, only about half as many as on I-5. It's a much longer interstate, and of those 189 stations, only 23% are reporting real-time data. And even within interstate, there's quite a lot of variation. So here I'm showing all of the stations we've scraped. In red, if they don't provide any real-time data. In orange, if they do at some of their plugs. In green, if they do at all of their plugs. And you can see that on these long cross-country highways, there are stretches of several hundred miles, longer than the range of any existing EV model, where there's just no real-time data available. And so the only way you can charge is by arriving at stations and finding out if they work once you get there. You might hope that this is improving over time, but this is a graph of the percent of stations providing real-time data over our 6-month scraping period, and you can see that it's really quite stagnant. There haven't been major changes in provision over this period. We know of some small CPOs that have started to share real-time data, but they're not big enough players to have made a substantial difference. All of this is going to feed into our model, which we adapt from our 2023 paper, modifying the utility function for consumers so that the number of DC fast chargers is a random variable accounting for that variation in charging availability and status. So consumers in this model choose to purchase an EV or an ICE to maximize their expected utility. Utility from an internal combustion vehicle is deterministic. It's a function of the price of the vehicle, time-varying taste, and an idiosyncratic taste shock. And then utility from an EV is expected utility because we scale the number of level 3 or DC fast chargers on the road by a random variable mu, which is a Bernoulli random variable representing the perceived charger reliability or the probability that a randomly drawn fast charger will work when you arrive at it. Besides that, it's also a function of price, the number of slow chargers on the road scaled by the number of EVs on the road, because you would expect congestion at the slower chargers, and then again, the same sorts of taste shocks as the ICE utility. How do we parameterize that mu? So what we do is we take parameters from our plug share scraping and from our survey to segment the total population of N fast charging stations into stations that are and are not on locator apps. Within stations on locator apps, we can segment them into stations that do and don't have real-time data. Stations that do have real-time data can either be working or not working, and stations that are working can either be available or unavailable. We get the probability that a station falls into each of these cells, that's the lambdas on this decision tree, from our plug share scraping. And we get these 3 Ps, the probability that an available charger works, the probability that an unavailable charger delivers a successful charge, and the probability that a charger without real-time data delivers a successful charge from our survey. So these are the key survey responses that are going to fill in those 3 P parameters. I want you to take away 2 things from this graph. Remember the question we asked is we presented a charger and we said, well, please estimate the probability that you can successfully charge at this charging station. The first thing I want you to take away is that both EV owners and prospective buyers think they can more reliably charge at an available charger than one without real-time data, and more reliably at one without real-time data than one that says it's occupied. That's unsurprising. What you might find surprising is that the probability that these respondents can successfully charge at a charger that has real-time data and says it's available is far below 100%. It's around 60 for EV owners and around 65% for prospective buyers. And that's capturing things that are not covered by real-time data, but could stop you from charging, like a charger being blocked by another vehicle or somehow being physically broken in a way that the data doesn't capture. On the other side of the model, we have a representative charging firm whose profit is the expected profit across all of these segments of chargers with and without real-time data. We make 3 key assumptions to be able to parameterize this profit function. The first is that out-of-service stations and stations not appearing on a charging locator deliver no profit. The second is that stations without real-time data work with the same probability as stations with real-time data. And the third is that profits from working stations with real-time data are the same as profits from working stations without real-time data. I think this third assumption is a really interesting, important avenue for future work because there are kind of reasons to think it might go both ways. You might think that consumers favor stations that have real-time data and therefore they have higher profits. You also might think that the stations who are withholding real-time data are stations like Tesla stations that have a captive audience of consumers to whom they are providing real-time data and so might have higher profits. This gives us a profit function that is a function of the share of stations on locating apps, the share of stations that are working, and then is increasing in the number of EVs on the road and decreasing in the quantity of other chargers on the road. We assume that this representative charging firm builds stations until they're indifferent between building another station today or in the next period. And this gives us a charging station supply function that we can simulate in our model. We run 4 key scenarios. The first is a baseline, which is modeling EV penetration under current policy. That's the IRA and the bipartisan infrastructure law, with no change in real-time data availability from what we see on PlugShare. We calibrate this simulation to reach EVs being 48% of new car sales in 2030 to match the Bloomberg New Energy Finance projection. Then we have 3 scenarios where we vary real-time data reporting. So in scenario 1, we let real-time data reporting and nothing else increase to 100% by 2029. In scenario 2, we do that and we also let uptime, or the fraction of chargers that are working, increase to 95% by 2029, and that's meeting the standards laid out by the NEVI program. Then in scenario 3, we do both of those things, and we also allow basically driver confidence in real-time data, or the probability that you can charge at a charging station that says it's working and available, increase to 100% in 2029. And you can think of that as those first 2 bars on my bar graph of survey results actually meeting 100. We run Monte Carlo simulations of each of these scenarios, drawing the parameters from the distributions of our PlugShare scraping and our survey data. Here I'm showing you results on the EV share of new car sales between 2025 and 2030. I want you to look at the 2030 column. And what I want you to take away is relative to that 48% baseline, real-time data alone doesn't significantly increase EV sales. It only increases them by about a percentage point. But if we also add in that uptime increase and that driver confidence in real-time data, we get an almost 6.5 percentage point increase in 2030. This is the same table, but for the size of the EV fleet in millions of vehicles. Again, if we look at the first simulation column, the impact of real-time data by itself is small at only about 2%, whereas in the last column, if we also build in increases in uptime and increases in driver confidence in real-time data as a result of the increased real-time data, we can get increases in the EV fleet size in 2030 of almost 11.5%. And finally, these results are on carbon emissions from light-duty vehicles. Again, we have a small decrease in carbon emissions when only real-time data is increased of 2.4 million metric tons. If we add in that uptime increase and the increase in driver trust in real-time data, which is basically saying we're removing all reasons for range anxiety besides purely the number of chargers on the road, we can get up to a carbon emissions decrease of 16 million metric tons in 2030. So what do I want you to take away from this presentation? First, real-time data reporting is poor, only about 35% across these 6 major highways. And that means it's doing little to alleviate the kinds of bad charging experiences we see in the popular press and in academic literature. Real-time data is also limited in its impact because survey respondents do not fully trust real-time data. They think that a station that is working and available only actually can successfully charge their car about 65% of the time, but it still provides a market improvement over stations without real-time data. Because of that, real-time data reporting alone has little effect on EV adoption. But if it is accompanied by an increase in charging uptime and driver trust in that real-time data, it can result in a significant impact. And that's an 11.4% increase in the size of the light-duty EV fleet in 2030, and a 6.4 percentage point increase in EV sales share of new vehicles in 2030 from 48% to 54.4%, effectively pulling the EV transition forward by over a year. This can lead to considerable reductions in carbon emissions from light-duty vehicles. So relative to our estimate of the carbon emissions impacts of the IRA and the IIJA in our 2023 paper, there's a room for another 20% of those emissions reductions from these real-time data improvements. And a key difference is that the real-time data improvements happen at virtually no fiscal cost, whereas in our 2023 paper, we predicted that the policies, just the EV policies in the IRA and IIJA, would cost $451 billion. So that's what I have for you today. I'm very excited to hear your questions and feedback. Thank you.
Great, Cassandra, that was great. So maybe you can unshare your screen so we can let people see each other. And let me just ask one question. You mentioned the complex incentives for the large network providers like Tesla and others to share their data. Have you thought much about at what point could you get enough entry from smaller other providers so that you kind of break that incentive for the larger ones and that everybody wants to be in the network, in the data providing business?
I think that's a question we've thought about, but not a question we've built into our model. So I think it's right that there's a dynamic between, you know, the market being dominated by these big providers like Tesla and Electrify America who may not want to share, and then some other equilibrium where we have many smaller charging providers who are more willing to share their data. I think we prefer that equilibrium, but it's not something we've modeled explicitly.
Great. Okay, Steve, I see you have your hand up.
Yep, fascinating project, great presentations, super interesting. I was wondering about potential other long-term benefits of real-time data in the sense you could also think there are supply-side benefits in that as the electrification takes place, we start to kind of worry more about peak loading problems and the pressure on the grid. If you actually have real-time data for when chargers are available and potentially you can play with the price, you could actually start to trace out a demand curve and think about using prices to deal with sort of peak loading problems. Of course, charging at these superchargers may be relatively inelastic, because if I'm on the highway, I'm going to be pretty price inelastic. So this might be more relevant for home charging versus highway charging. But in principle, if everything is sort of real time, you know exactly when people want to charge, it seems like there could be very sort of much broader benefits in terms of the market equilibrium and using prices to equilibrate between supply and demand.
I think that's oh, Elaine, you look like you wanted to say something, but
I should just start and I'll finish.
I think that's definitely right. We're just starting another project trying to document kind of the different kinds of pricing structures these chargers have. And I think combining that with the real-time data would provide a lot of insights into the kinds of things you're thinking about. And this like peak load problem is a major challenge facing electrification.
So the NBER requirements include disclosure not only of whether the charger is working and available, but also of pricing. I have to say that one of my concerns with respect to EV adoption is the idea that there could be poor disclosure and dynamic pricing along the lines of Uber and Lyft. And if you imagine that EV charging pricing was as dynamic as Uber and Lyft pricing, that the new headlines would not be that the EV charger doesn't work, but that the single mom dropped her kid off to school and had to charge before getting to work, and it was 3x pricing. And that will present a new round of problems.
Okay. Other comments or questions? If not, I'm going to say, Cassandra, this was really, really exciting, and I'm going to use it as an opportunity to book you and your team for a repeat engagement. There's an NBER meeting which Chris Knittel is helping to organize in March of 2025. It's on March 13th and 14th, and it has the title Data Infrastructure for Decarbonizing Transportation. And it would be difficult to think of a paper which could better fit into that sort of field than exactly what you and your team are doing here. So this is very exciting, and I hope that all of you will think, if there are other related projects that you were aware of, the idea is to bring together exactly this kind of opportunity to talk about how the data infrastructure can facilitate the real behavior changes, and I think that could be really neat. So save the date and look for on the open calls page at the NBER. There's an opportunity to submit papers until the 21st of November for that. So let me then, unless there are any other questions, let me shift gears to the last presentation this afternoon. And this is a very different kind of session, but I think it's going to be quite interesting. Over the course of the few years that we've now been doing the Economics of Transportation in the 21st Century project, Ed, Steve, and I, and many of the researchers affiliated with this have had the opportunity to talk to folks at DOT, to learn about some of the issues that they are working on, and sometimes to learn about some of the places where research could help to fill in gaps in what the department is doing, and folks particularly at OSTR are interested in. And of course, this is what Robert Hampshire mentioned at his opening remarks today. What we decided to do was to close out today's conference by basically asking Darren Timothy, who is the chief economist at DOT, to tee up a conversation on research needs for policy that would essentially be an attempt to provide some guidance on where there are live questions that DOT is wrestling with, where research might be useful. And some of you who may have seen a paper that was published in the Journal of Economic Perspectives a couple of issues ago, in which the folks at the Congressional Budget Office kind of laid out several topics on which they felt that they were, they needed more information. They'd love to have more research. And this is very much in the spirit of that. Although it's not a paper, it's a presentation. But Darren, we're going to turn to you to kick this off, and then Steve Redding is actually going to respond a little bit. So we'll have demand, and then we'll have supply as we try to work through the next 25 minutes. So,
yeah. Well, thanks, Jim. Can you hear me? Am I on the right microphone?
We're good.
Okay. All right. So there are a lot of areas that we're interested in the U.S. Department of Transportation. Today, my remarks will focus on one area in particular. So in the world, among transportation economists, I think we're rightly proud of the role that transportation has played in the history of economic thought and analysis, from the contributions of French railway engineers in the 19th century to district choice analysis. However, in our occasional fits of humility, we remember that transportation is actually a derived demand. It's really a means to an end, rather than a means than an end itself. It connects producers to inputs, consumers to consumption opportunities, and people to social interactions. And what this reminds us is that transportation is an inherently spatial phenomenon, and the way it interacts with land use of both the urban and regional scale is incredibly important, which has a number of implications. First, transportation and land use systems are both deeply intertwined, with each affecting the other. Transportation systems make almost any use of land more productive and facilitate its development, whereas urban land use and regional development patterns drive the demand for the use of transportation systems, both at the aggregate and modal level. As Gilles Duranton's presentation started this session reminded us, transportation facilities also occupy space, which has its own opportunity costs. That includes facilities for both vehicle use and vehicle storage. Additionally, in occupying that space, transportation facilities can create barriers for lateral, typically more localized movements across the facility and create discontinuities in land development. They can also have visual and aural impacts that affect people in the vicinity. So when we think about the generalized cost of transportation, it's really a function of four variables. You have the resource costs of providing transportation infrastructure and services, the opportunity cost of time spent in transit, the distance traveled, and the frequency of travel. And consider that way, more efficient land use, or in other words, closer proximity of trips and origins and destinations can be an effective strategy for improving the efficiency of the transportation system in terms of cost per trip or cost per outcome. Externalities in that regard are typically a function of distance traveled. Reductions in some cost factors, such as travel time, may result in substitution for other consumption, such as housing that affects land use, and other cost factors such as such as distance travel. Then, of course, there's also a correlation between modal use and land use. And at DOT, we're have a broad interest in these linkages, both on the theoretical and empirical side. That raises a number of questions. One, transportation system and land use are jointly determined. It raises questions about looking at partial equilibrium results versus general equilibrium results. Which ones are better to use? In what circumstances? How long do we need to wait for the long run to arrive to say we have a general equilibrium? And how to empirically distinguish equilibrium from disequilibrium conditions. Transportation facility and land development are also durable. And as a result, you can have anticipatory and reactive investments in both transportation infrastructure and land development, which can sometimes create challenges for inference. Land use is also affected by many other factors: household size information, consumer preferences, production opportunities, and government land use controls and policies. And the question is, how do we tease out the transportation system's contribution to land development when you have all that going on? It's the host of questions that come in looking at residential versus employment and other densities, regional development, and so forth. Properly accounting for land use changes could also improve our usage projections for new transportation facilities. Also important to know the scale matters. Looking at localized versus wider area impacts of land development on transportation system use make a big difference. If you look at dense development, you might increase congestion right in the immediate area, but it could. But if you look over a broader scale, you might see very different results. And also, we think of concentrated versus dispersed development. We can also have linear development patterns where people are, maybe traveling long distances, but be locally concentrated. Now, the federal government, of course, plays a significant role in funding and financing transportation infrastructure, but we play almost no role in state and local land use planning, which can create, as a result, it's something that we're very interested. We acknowledge can be an important factor affecting the outcomes of our investments, but it's not something that's jointly determined in terms of at the policy level. All these impacts affect the economic evaluation of alternative transportation policies and investment decisions. And so our question is, what are the best tools and techniques to address these questions? My colleagues in the Federal Highway Administration have a particular interest in the use of quantitative spatial models to analyze how transportation infrastructure projects affect the creation and distribution of economic activity across space, especially for ex post analysis. In general, we want to keep up with advancements in economic theory and analysis, noting that for policy investment analysis, often there's a trade-off between modeling sophistication and our ability to feed the beast and produce tractable and actionable results that are replicable, broadly applicable, and that we can actually explain to our leadership. And often the question is a more sophisticated model always a better one? And are there sometimes additional assumptions, limitations that are required to produce model convergence that may also affect the reliability and interpretation of the results? So with that, Stephen, I'd love to hear what the academic community can offer.
Thank you very much, Darren. Thank you for a terrific discussion laying out really important set of issues where the intersection of policy and research, where more research is needed. Can everyone see my slides and hear me okay?
Yep, we're good.
Thank you. So I'm not going to be able to do justice to the breadth of issues that you raise. Really, just so many fascinating areas where we need more work to inform policy on the research side. But I wanted to concentrate in particular on that last topic you mentioned on the potential scope for quantitative spatial models to help inform policy. And so, as I know everyone knows, the last few years have seen exciting recent theoretical and empirical advances in quantitative spatial models that have helped us understand the impact of transport infrastructure and other public policy interventions. So what exactly are these advances? Well, on the theoretical side, we've now developed models that are relatively simple and tractable, easy to work with, but yet they're rich enough to connect to real-world features of the data. So for example, I'm a city planner. I want to build a subway line between location A and location B within my city. And I've got data on, say, 1,000 city blocks throughout the city, and I want to know how is this subway line going to affect economic activity across this 1,000 city blocks. Well, these models are sufficiently rich that I can actually feed in data on the 1,000 city blocks into the model. And a model is going to be able to handle the fact that obviously these city blocks typically are very different from one another. Some of them may be good for production, others may be good for amenities and for residents. Some of them may have good existing transport connections, others may have less good existing transport connections. And so these models can really connect directly to the data. Despite that richness, however, they're relatively tractable, and so we even know something about their theoretical properties. So as Darren mentioned, it's important to know when is the model going to converge to a unique equilibrium, when is it not going to converge to a unique equilibrium. So we actually know a lot about how these models perform and how their predictions for the future perform. Another attraction of them is that they have a relatively small number of structural parameters to estimate. In contrast to earlier computable general equilibrium models, where we often had hundreds of parameters that we needed to estimate, which is, it's very challenging to convincingly estimate hundreds of parameters that are subject to sort of endogeneity and various other concerns. Whereas these models tend to be fairly parsimonious, and so we can sort of think about potential exogenous sources of variation to credibly pin down a relatively small number of parameters and be kind of confident that we're roughly getting the right value of those parameters. And then once we've got those parameters, because again, these models are fairly tractable and they connect with real world data, we can actually use them for doing ex ante predictions. That I'm the planner, I want to build this subway line and I want to know about the future, something that hasn't happened yet. It's a counterfactual prediction about the future. And these models are tractable enough, we can use them to answer questions like that. And I think we've been very fortunate that at the same time that these models have been developed, as you all know, we've had an explosion of data on with geographic information systems information, which enables us to track economic activity at a fine level of spatial detail. And so we can actually measure outcomes before and after transport investments. So what I wanted to do in the limited amount of time that I have left is just showcase a couple of examples of quantitative spatial models and how they might be used to address policy relevant questions of interest to the Department of Transportation or state level Department of Transportation or city planners. In particular, I wanted to focus on one paper by Treb Allen and Kostas Arkalakis, which was actually funded by the Department of Transportation NBER initiative on the economics of transportation in the 21st century. We've been blessed with outstanding quality of submissions and funded projects. This is one of those outstanding projects published in the Review of Economic Studies in 2022 that just illustrates the really fine caliber of first-rate research that we've been fortunate enough to be able to support. So I'll spend most of my time on that study, illustrating how these models could be used. And then I'll briefly mention another piece of research by myself, which illustrates how these models can be used not only to think about highways in my first application, but also to think about railway lines and other forms of transportation. And then I just also wanted to make a plug that these models are actually fairly accessible. They're fairly easy to work with. And so there are some resources online for anyone in a policy environment or a private sector environment who's interested in using these models. They're pretty accessible. I have a website, www.quantitativemodels.com, which has all the code from my papers. And it also has some simplified toolkits where you can actually take a simplified version of one of these models and play around with it and see what it does and what it predicts. And then I also wanted to showcase an initiative by the International Growth Center, of which Glaeser and Nick Sivanides co-direct the cities program there. They have an initiative together with the government of Cape Town, which has actually been using these models to look at the impact of planned and actual transport infrastructure in the city of Cape Town as a kind of an example of bridging this gap between research and policy and connecting the two together and getting a dialogue between the two. So let me start with the first project I mentioned that was funded under the Department of Transportation initiative jointly with the NBER. So what's the research question addressed by this study? Well, the paper wants to know the question as what's the welfare impact of improving transportation in a context in which there's congestion. So we all know if you build more highways, more people are going to drive along those highways. And so congestion is driven by the existing spatial distribution of economic activity. When you build more highways, that's then going to change that existing distribution of economic activity and feed back to generate more congestion in the future. So when we build highways, we don't just have to plan at current levels of congestion, we have to anticipate that more people will drive if we provide more lane miles. And so this project is really well suited to try to address that complex feedback between transport infrastructure, the distribution of economic activity, and congestion that's induced by the building of transport infrastructure. So what does the paper do? Well, it takes a spatial general equilibrium model of the transport network and it has two empirical applications of that. I'm going to focus on the first one, which is showing how this framework could be used to think about the economic benefit from investing in links in the interstate highway system in the United States. And then the second application, which I won't talk about, looks at a finer spatial scale at roads within the city of Seattle. And so what are the main findings of this paper? Well, one of the important findings is it actually demonstrates a fairly high rate of return on investments in many transport links in the interstate highway system. So using these state-of-the-art models suggests that on average, there's actually quite a high return to investing in the interstate highway network. And then another extremely important finding, and I think this illustrates where these types of models might be of particular use to policymakers, is that it shows us dramatic heterogeneity across different links within the interstate highway network. Some of them have extremely high rates of return, whereas others can have low and even negative rates of return. For example, in mountainous areas where the economic return to transport infrastructure may be low, although of course there may be other policy relevant reasons why you want to build in those remote locations, but the model is sort of telling you something about the relative economic return. And so I think this is where these kind of frameworks could be a real guide to policymakers in terms of, obviously these models are an abstraction, they're not necessarily going to get exactly the real impact of any given transport improvement, but they're likely to be quite good at ranking the relative payoff from different transport investments. And so they could be quite insightful in terms of guiding where the highest rates of returns are. And this application highlights the benefits about thinking about transport infrastructure as a network and thinking about this feedback between transportation and economic activity. So here, this is just an illustration of some of the findings. So the paper computes an annual rate of return on investment in links in the interstate highway system. So this is assuming that construction costs are paid off over 10 years and it's the annualized rate of return, the economic benefits relative to the costs. And again, as an example of how researchers can connect with policymakers, Trevin Costas, who wrote this paper, actually contacted and reached out to the Federal Highways Administration through the Volpe Center. And the paper actually uses the sort of current method adopted by the Federal Highways Administration for measuring the costs of building these links. So trying to take the sort of state-of-the-art FHA way of measuring costs and then using the economic model to assess the benefits. And as you see here, some of these highest rates of return are on some of these transport links in the Northeast corridor with extremely dense traffic and a lot of economic activity concentrated. And perhaps unsurprisingly, some of the low return links are relatively remote links. And as I said, you may, for other political reasons, want to build roads in those locations, and that's fine. But the model is important because it's flagging what the economic benefits are and being cognizant that these other political factors have to outweigh the relatively low economic return. So whenever one develops one of these quantitative models, obviously one concern one has in the background is how realistic or how informative are these models. And I think one of the exciting things is that there's now an ongoing research agenda to try to validate these models and show that they work in practice. And so I wanted to just provide one example of that by switching gears slightly and now using one of these models to think about the benefits of creating railways and speak about one of my papers looking at the creation of London's railway network. And the reason for just picking on this second application is it helps illustrate how we can try to validate these models. So what is the research question in this paper? It's trying to assess what was the economic benefit of building London's 19th century railway network. So going from a world where most people walk to work to a world where we have modern long distance transportation networks, and then trying to use a quantitative spatial model to back out what was the impact of this network on the net present value of land and buildings relative to historical estimates of its construction costs. And so in the second half of the 19th century, there's quite a big reorganization of economic activity in London. This figure shows you in black the residential population in the most central parts of London. This is the square mile, the old Roman part of the city in the very, very center, a small area around 1 mile square. And as you can see, shortly after the first steam passenger railway, which is in 1836, so very shortly after the gradual expansion over time of that network, we see a precipitous drop in residential population in the very central parts of London in black. And at the same time, we see a sharp increase in the number of people present during the day, who are working during the day in the center of London. And so this is illustrating how this improvement in transport technology enabled people to move out of the congested, polluted center, live in the suburbs where amenities are much nicer, and allow this very valuable land in the center to be used instead for production, to produce things and to employ people in work, instead of historically being used to house people. And just in terms of the validations of these models, this was a setting where we could actually compare some of the model's predictions to the data. So the gray line is the residential population again. The black dashed line, the black solid line is the data on the number of people working in these central parts of London that I showed you from the previous figure. And then the dashed black line is the model's predictions going back in time when you remove the transport network gradually, link by link, as you roll it back in time. And obviously any model is an abstraction, but the model is doing a reasonable job in capturing this dramatic change of specialization in terms of employment and residence. And we do some other things in the paper to show that it also does a good job in approximating the changes in commuting distances and so on. And several other studies are trying to validate these models as well. Another interesting thing that comes out of our finding, and it relates to something else that Darren emphasized in his opening remarks, is that we find that when thinking about the value of building this railway network, it's important to take into account that economic activity reorganizes in the way I just illustrated. So if I were to look at initial employment and residence before the transport network, that might not be a good guide to patterns of employment and residence after the transport network, because the city dramatically reorganizes. And these types of models are quite useful for thinking about that reorganization. And then again, relating even more specifically to his comments, that we find that the economic benefit of building this transport network is much higher once you take into account that reorganization and changes in agglomeration forces, and most importantly, when you take account of changes in land use. So just to echo Darren's comments, that when thinking about transportation, it's important to think about land use policy and how those two interact to shape the benefits of transport improvements. And so that's clearly a hot issue on the policy side, as Darren mentioned. It's also something that comes out on the research side. So Darren just did a terrific job laying out this set of fascinating research questions at the intersection of research and policy. I've tried to focus a little bit on how quantitative spatial models might be of benefit. And I don't want to argue that they're perfect. They obviously have their limitations, but I think they can provide an extra arrow in the policymaker's toolkit, an extra way of assessing a transport improvement and where its benefits compare relative to its costs. So alongside traditional cost-benefit analysis, we now have a new tool we can add to our toolbox and try to compare results using different methods in terms of enhancing valuation-based policy and economically relevant-based policy. So I should stop there, Jim, to stay on time. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no, this was terrific. And Darren and Steve, thank you both. I mean, if I were going to try to interpret this a little bit, through the lens of my own home field of public finance, right? The building of computational general equilibrium models, now close to 50 years ago, with people like Chauvin and Wally leading the charge on that. I mean, eventually they were active in the research space before they were active in the policy space, but over a number of years, they became a central tool, whether it was at the World Bank or the IMF or at the Treasury Department or the Joint Tax Committee, for doing some of the analysis of potential tax reform proposals. And I think what I'm hearing from Darren's call, filtered through what you've just said, Steve, in terms of the capacity of these models at this point, is that there's a valuable gap to try to close here, which is bringing models of that type inside the policy process so that folks at DOT or FHWA or other places that are doing this kind of analysis, and again, are, you know, the big multilateral institutions like the fund and the bank also, of course, are very active in the transportation space. So there could be things there as well. But I think that the challenge in some ways is to be able to bring these things all together and ultimately build models that are usable by the policy community that draw on some of the kinds of things that we're seeing in the restud and other places, the QJE along the way as this goes. So Cliff, I see you have your hand up. If you want to jump in for a quick remark, and then I want to make sure we adjourn on time. Maybe
You may be
not.
muted, Cliff.
Okay, I'm gonna move on and think that might be a vestigial hand up. So, all right, we are just at the witching hour, and I want to thank everyone who's participated, all of the presenters who've joined us today. I want to echo the comments that Ed made at the beginning, thanking Robert Hampshire and Tony Choi, Stephen Zopp, who've been absolutely central in helping us to manage the relationship between OSTR and the Department of Transportation more generally, and the research community. I am just extraordinarily pleased that there's been such interest in this area. And like many of you, I am being drawn into this field. I'm not one of the natives in this area, but I hope that we will be able to continue this activity. We have another virtual meeting in the calendar for May 2nd in the spring, and we will continue to try to roll forward with calls for research proposals and to keep this initiative going. The set of questions, of course, as Robert laid out in his opening remarks, is an evolving target, and that's of course exciting because it tells us that the questions that we were studying initially a few years ago are giving way to additional and exciting issues that need new thought. And I'm sure that bringing things like AI and other types of analysis to bear will be exciting. Of course, there's also the ultimate opportunity, which I expect will play out over the next few years. The bipartisan infrastructure law and some of the other major pieces of legislation in the last 5 years have actually created major initiatives within the transportation system in the US that can be evaluated, can be analyzed. And I think that's going to be a very important opportunity of new data, new variation for this research community to exploit. So thank you all very much for joining today. Have a great evening and a great weekend, and we will look forward to seeing you again in the spring. Thanks.
Much, everybody.
Yep.
Thanks all.